When Valeera was just a child, her life was torn apart by tragedy. Bandits ravaged her home, killing her family, but the determined young elf survived. Through both the chaos of the Scourge and the harsh streets, she learned to live by her wits, resorting to theft to survive. One day, as fate would have it, she stole a scroll, only to discover it held secrets about her own lineage. Her ancestor Relfthra had been a revered high elf mage and a member of the clandestine Order of Tirisfal. But fortune didn't always favor her. In another heist gone wrong, Valeera was caught trying to steal a shaman's talisman, leading to her imprisonment. Her fierce spirit wasn't broken though, as she fought back against the guards, displaying a skill that would soon catch the eye of an arena promoter. Before Valeera could orchestrate her escape, she was sold to the orc Rehgar Earthfury, joining the ranks of Brol Baremantle and the seasoned fighter Bloodeye Redfist. Together, they were thrust into the brutal world of gladiatorial combat in the Crimson Ring. However, tragedy struck again when Bloodeye was killed. As Valeera and Brol mourned his passing, Brol shared stories of both Rehgar's past and Bloodeye's fierce legacy. Bloodeye Redfist was born into the battle-hardened Blackrock clan, under the shadow of the legendary warchief Orgrim Doomhammer. His early life was a crucible of violence, his childhood marked by the clash of steel. By the age of 7, Bloodeye had already lost an eye in combat, a lasting reminder of the brutal world in which he was raised. Years later, Bloodeye's fiery temper and fighting spirit landed him in trouble in Booty Bay, where goblins moved to arrest him. Even in chains, he fought with such ferocity and skill that he caught the eye of Rehgar Earthfury, who recognized his raw potential. Rehgar, seeing more than just a troublemaker, purchased him as a slave. When Thrall led the orcs to their new home across the Great Sea, Rehgar brought Bloodeye along, taking him to the blood-stained lands of the Barrens. As they traveled the grueling fight circuit, Rehgar trained Bloodeye not just in the art of battle, but in strategy. Over the next 3 years, Bloodeye rose to prominence, becoming the orcs' favorite champion. His prowess in single combat was unmatched, and in his final year of life, he bested every opponent that dared to challenge him. Rehgar and Bloodeye amassed wealth together, their bond forged through blood and victory. Though Bloodeye earned his freedom, he had no desire to step away from the arena. Instead, he and Rehgar pooled their fortunes to purchase and train new gladiators, Brol Baremantle and Valeera Sanguinar, forming a team destined for greatness. But fate had other plans. Just a day after Rehgar bought Valeera, Bloodeye was struck down, poisoned by the lover of a warrior he had killed in the arena. Even in his final moments, Bloodeye fought with the same tenacity that had defined his life, dragging his assassin to the grave alongside him. His legacy lived on through the fighters he had trained and the legend he had carved in blood. As Valeera and Brol were being transported in a caged wagon to Orgrimmar, the 2 orc guards escorting them exchanged in casual conversation. One grumbled that Rehgar Earthfury had ordered them to reach the city by nightfall, but a broken cartwheel had slowed their journey. The orcs exchanged dark jokes about the 2 elves not lasting long in the arena, convinced that Rehgar's time as a gladiator master was nearing its end. Their conversation was interrupted when they spotted what looked like rubble washed up on the shore, until it moved. A crocodile lunged out of the water, dragging a man toward the waves. To the orc's surprise, the man fought back with unexpected ferocity, grabbing a rock and slamming it across the croc's face, forcing it to release him. Amused, the orcs placed bets on whether the human would survive the encounter or become the creature's next meal. As the man armed himself with a makeshift weapon, standing his ground against this massive beast, the orcs continued to argue about the odds of his survival. Just then, Rehgar arrived, curious about the commotion. As the orcs cheered for the human, Rehgar watched the scene unfold. One of the orcs exclaimed, "Stick broke, your man's finished." But Rehgar, with his keen eye for fighters, disagreed. "Is he? Look at that leap. He's agile, keeps his head. I'll take your bet and double it." The human, desperate and resourceful, managed to blind the crocolisk in one eye. The beast, jaws wide, was ready to finish the fight, but Rehgar stepped in, using his shamanic powers to tip the scales. The croc, enraged and disoriented, impaled itself on the human's weapon, collapsing dead on top of him. I couldn't risk you being damaged by the beast's death throes, Rehgar said to the man. Who are you, human? The man, still disoriented, replied that he didn't know who he was or where he came from. With that, Rehgar knocked him unconscious and added him to his gladiator team. Brol, watching the exchange from his cage, warned Rehgar, "There's a treaty between the Horde and Alliance now, remember? You're playing with fire, Rehgar, grabbing a free human." "Free?" Rehgar responded with a smirk. "You mean this deserter I've captured? Until he can prove otherwise, Pinkskin belongs to me. He'll take Blood-Eye's place in the arena." The man awoke to the jarring clatter of the cage, his mind hazy and his body aching. As his vision cleared, he found himself in the company of two strangers, a towering night elf and a slender, sharp-eyed blood elf. "We're on our way to Orgrimmar," the blood elf Valeera informed him, her voice tinged with bitterness. "We've been taken to train as gladiators in the Orc City. Brol here, he's already been fighting in the arenas for a while." The night elf Brol nodded solemnly. "I've been owned by Rehgar for some time now," he explained. "I trained with Blood-Eye before he died." The human blinked in confusion. "Who's Blood-Eye?" Brol raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "You really don't remember anything, do you?" "Blood-Eye was an orc, last year's champion in single combat. Everyone knows his name. I fought alongside him in many victories." Valeera scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Big surprise with the great Blood-Eye as your partner. Aren't you proud of how well you serve your Horde master?" Brol shot at her cold glare. "I fight to survive, Valeera, while you the Blood Elves are nothing but willing traitors." Before their argument could escalate, the human, still trying to grasp the situation, blurted out, "Wait, you're supposed to be a gladiator? But you're just a child." "I'm not a child," Valeera snapped, explaining that elves age differently from humans. She went on to share her past, how she survived after bandits killed her family, even managing to outlast the Scourge, until an ill-fated attempt to steal a shaman's talisman landed her in orcish prison. "I was a day from escaping when Rehgar bought me," she added bitterly. Brol, unimpressed, says blood elves are untrustworthy traitors, but Valeera stood firm. "We can be trusted, Brol. To fight as we choose with all our power of mind and body. To know our friends from our enemies and to avenge all slights against us. You can place your trust in that." The trio soon arrived in Orgrimmar and were led into their cell. Rehgar addressed them. "You all know why you're here. You're fighters by instinct and inclination, but your inner fire rages out of control. I will teach you to channel that fire, to fight as individuals and as a team. In 3 weeks, you'll compete at Dire Maul. You'll win, or you will die." Training began immediately. Valeera and Brol clashed, their blows echoing in the arena as Brol used his druidic staff to fend off her swift strikes. "You'll have a hard time taking me down with that weakling's weapon," Valeera taunted. But Brol responded by transforming into his bear form, showing her the true power of nature. Their fight was intense, but the human, refusing to fight for amusement, stood apart, watching silently. Their training was interrupted by a rival gladiator team, comprised of a Tauren, a troll, and an undead. The Tauren, Magor, sneered, "Let's see what Rehgar's so-called fighters are made of." Their goblin leader added, "Apply enough pressure, and the weakest link will snap." That night, as the group sat in their cage under the pale glow of Orgrimmar's sky, tensions were rising. Brol couldn't hide his frustration any longer. What was Rehgar thinking, he muttered. A human who refuses to fight, and two elves who only want to tear each other apart. How are we supposed to be a team? Valeera, leaning against the wall, shot him a look. "We were chosen the same way Rehgar picked Blood-Eye," she said. "Each of us reminds him of something in himself." She ticked off the traits. "My quickness, your barely contained fury, and the human's well-honed skill." Before she could continue, the human, who had remained mostly silent, interrupted. "And what, amnesia?" Valeera smirked. "Your second greatest asset as far as Rehgar is concerned. But I don't think you just hit your head. You crossed paths with something far more dangerous, powerful sorcery. I can still feel the dark magic clinging to you." Brol, sitting in between from them, grunted. "You'd recognize that, wouldn't you?" he muttered darkly. Valeera's eyes flashed. "And what's that supposed to mean, Brol?" He sighed, waving off her growing irritation. I know a meditative technique. It might help him get his memory back. He started to focus, but Valeera wasn't done. Antlerhead, she snapped, her voice cutting through the air. I'm talking to you. Brol's temper finally broke. You little fool, he shouted, turning on her. You could have damaged him. All you blood elves crave arcane magic. It's an addiction. That's what I meant. Valeera's lip curled in disdain. At least our males don't take 1,000-year naps while the women do the work, she retorted sharply. Fury flared in Brol's eyes, and he raised his claw, his voice low and dangerous. Do not insult the druids who walked the Emerald Dream, who fought and died to prevent the return of the Burning Legion. She met his gaze without flinching. Lay a claw on me, Bearmantle, and you'll see just how dangerous I am. Before things could escalate further, the human intervened. Save it, he said, voice calm but firm. Both of you, keep your rage for your enemies. Blood elves are the enemies of night elves, Brol growled. And of all the Alliance, they defected. Valeera's eyes narrowed, the bitterness in her voice rising to the surface. We were forced to defect. The Alliance's Grand Marshal Garithos used us, betrayed us. We joined the Horde to survive. Brol scoffed, his voice thick with disdain. You joined the Horde to satisfy your thirst for arcane magic. Your survival endangers the rest of us. Her hand clenched into a fist, and her voice trembled with anger. Cross me, Brol Bearmantle, and I'll show you how dangerous I really am. The human, clearly weary of the escalating argument, spoke again. Idiots. For now our enemy is Rehgar. You can renew your old conflicts when you're free. The cage fell into an uneasy silence. While the others slept, Valeera lay awake, her thoughts swirling like a storm. My whole race was nearly exterminated by the Scourge, she reflected. Those who survived fought alongside the Alliance, only to be betrayed. Was it so wrong to ally with Illidan, with the Naga, just to save what few remained? Her mind drifted back to her childhood, a memory sharp and bitter. I was born into this. As a baby, I drank in magic with my mother's milk. I didn't ask for this dependency. It's what kept me alive. What right does Brol have to blame me for the choices of my people or the circumstance of my birth? And with those heavy thoughts, she remained awake for some time, uncertain of the future that awaited them. As dawn broke, the 3 gladiators prepared for another grueling day of training. The harsh sun of Orgrimmar beat down on them as they marched toward the arena, tension simmering beneath the surface. Valeera's thoughts were racing, her eyes narrowing as they neared the proving grounds. The human's right, she mused bitterly. Rehgar is our true enemy. He guards us so fiercely, all while teaching us how to kill with more precision. I'll escape someday, and maybe I'll kill him when I do. Her focus shifted to Brol walking in front of her. But first, she thought, I'll teach Brol a lesson of my own. Respect my people or pay the price. A smirk tugged at her lips as she discreetly formed a glowing sphere of magic in her hand, siphoning a small amount of energy from Brol's essence. The pulse of arcane power fueled her growing resolve. As they entered the arena, the opposing team of gladiators, an undead, a tauren, and a troll, entered the arena behind them. Brol and Valeera went further into the arena, as the human stayed near the entrance. Now, said the tauren, while they are unarmed. Beat it, Pinkskin. He growled at the human, his voice heavy with disdain. Leave the training grounds to warriors tough enough to use it. The tension in the training yard was thick as the rival gladiators taunted Valeera, Brol, and the human, their words dripping with mockery. Brol, trying to be the voice of reason, tried to calm the group. They're just trying to stir up trouble. Ignore them, he said. But the troll, standing tall and sneering, wasn't about to let it go. Nature lover, coward, and turncoat, he spat, his words laced with venom. The undead gladiator added, the Dire Maul gladiators will eat you for breakfast. That was the last straw for Valeera. Her patience snapped, and before anyone could stop her, she lunged at the undead, her blade flashing in the dim light. It's me who will be carving up breakfast, you walking scabbard, she snarled, sinking her blade into his exposed ribcage. As she turned to the troll demanding, who were you calling a turncoat? He sneered back, you, elf girl. Suddenly, a massive blow from behind sent Valeera sprawling to the ground. The tauren had struck her, his immense strength knocking her off her feet. Brol and the human crockbait, as Valeera had taken to calling him, stepped in immediately. "Stupid inexperienced hothead," Brol grumbled, shaking his head as he faced off against the Tauren. "She walked right into it. Crockbait, take the sword and start swinging, or she won't even be a stain on the sands of Dire Maul." The fight erupted. The troll swung his weapon at Valeera, but Crockbait intercepted the blow, saving her from a deadly strike. Meanwhile, Brol charged at the Tauren, roaring, "Hey Valeera, I thought these goons we were fighting were your Horde allies." "Allies come and go, Brol, that's politics," Valeera shot back, her voice tight with frustration. "But the undead Scourge are my eternal enemies." As Brol attempted to shift into his bear form, something went wrong. He hesitated, his movement sluggish, as if something was blocking him. Valeera and Crockbait yelled at him, confused and concerned. But as Valeera watched, realization dawned on her. "Why can't he shift?" she thought, panic rising. "Oh no, this is my fault." She stabbed the undead once more, but Brol grimaced, warning her, "It'll take a lot more than that to stop the undead." Valeera gritted her teeth. "I watched his kind kill my people. I know what he is. I'll deal with him again in a minute, after I save your sorry hide." But her bravado wasn't enough to stop the Tauren who charged at her and Brol with unrelenting force. He knocked Valeera aside like she was nothing, then hurled Brol across the arena with his horns. With both Valeera and Brol temporarily out of commission, the human took matters into his own hands. Crockbait, fueled by a desperate need to protect his companions, cut off the troll's arm and sliced the undead in half with a single powerful throw of his sword. He didn't stop there. Seeing the Tauren charging towards Brol again, he jumped in the way, shoving his blade deep into the Tauren's side, halting him where he stood. The fight was over, for now. Valeera, catching her breath, rushed to Crockbait and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, you saved him," she said, her voice tinged with guilt. "It was my fault. I drained his energy. I just wanted to teach him a lesson." Before the relief could settle, a massive orc towering over them stomped into view. His eyes scanned the scene with a sneer. "Rehgar, you said these weak-hearted louts would give me a fight. You're kidding yourself. This loser's too weak to even stand. I'll kill him first." Without hesitation, Valeera stepped between the orc and Brol, defiant and protective. But the orc barely acknowledged her, effortlessly tossing her aside like a rag doll. As she hit the ground, a flash of silver caught the orc's attention. Crockbait was standing before him, a sword held steady at the orc's throat. "Back off," Crockbait growled, his voice low and threatening. "These elves are under my protection. Throw your sword now, or die." The orc paused, weighing his options. For a moment, it seemed like the fight might reignite. But Crockbait's unflinching resolve made it clear. He would not hesitate to strike. The fight erupted with a roar as the orc, Haiku Steeledge, squared off against the human. "I'm Haiku Steeledge, Pinkskin," he sneered. "I hear you don't even know your own name. Lucky break. It'll save Rehgar the trouble of notifying your next of kin." Crockbait, ever quick on his feet, dodged the orc's heavy strike, eyes locking onto a fallen mace on the ground. Seizing the weapon, he swung it with brutal precision, smashing it across Haiku's face. "I just hope he can spell yours," Crockbait quipped, following up with a swift slice across Haiku's waist, cutting the orc in half and bringing the fight to a bloody end. As the dust settled, Valeera watched in admiration as Rehgar worked to heal her wounds. "I wish you could remember where he fought," she said. "I'd love to ask for lessons. Brol and I were lucky he stepped in when he did, or we'd be beyond even your healing spells, Rehgar." Her tone shifted, curiosity sparking in her eyes as she turned to their master. "Why did you do it? Set the Blade Master on us after we just faced down Spark Eye's 3 gladiators?" Rehgar's answer was blunt and unbothered. "You need to learn to expect the unexpected, Valeera." Brol, still nursing his wounds, glanced down at Haiku's fallen form. "It's a lesson your Blade Master could have used." Haiku miscalculated. He thought Crockbait was a novice, no threat. Valeera, still feeling guilty for her earlier actions, turned to Brol, her voice soft. "I'm sorry, Brol, for draining your energy earlier. It's just, you made me so furious. I wanted to pay you back. But I didn't mean for you to get hurt." Brol cut her off with a grunt. Rehgar should have thought twice while putting a Blood Elf energy thief on our team. Before their bickering could continue, Crockbait stepped between them. "That's enough, you two," he said firmly, then turned his gaze toward Rehgar. "Pity your shamanic healing rituals can't restore my memory, Rehgar." Rehgar shrugged, unfazed. "Your body remembers how to fight, nothing else matters. The Blade Master's swords are yours, according to the rules of combat." Rehgar led the trio to the dimly lit halls of Orgrimmar, the halls of legends looming before them, a sacred vault where the spoils of countless battles were stored. Weapons from every corner of Azeroth and even the orcs' distant homeworld lined the walls, each a testament to war and conquest. As they entered, the air grew heavy with the history of bloodshed and triumph, the weight of those past victories nearly palpable. "Now that you've completed your gladiatorial training," Rehgar said, his voice low but commanding, "you may choose the weapon you will carry into the arena at Dire Maul." Valeera's eyes gleamed as they roamed the room before settling on a pair of long daggers. They were nearly as long as swords, razor sharp and beautifully balanced. She spun them in her hands, satisfied with their lethal grace. Brol, his brow furrowed in thought, reached for the druidic staff carved with intricate details. The likeness of a proud stag adorned the top, with long antlers adorning the head of the staff. He tested its weight, nodding to himself in quiet approval. Crockbait, however, seemed distant, his gaze drawn to a belt hanging on the wall. An alliance emblem was etched in the metal buckle, and as soon as his eyes locked onto it, something shifted within him. His hand hovered near the symbol and suddenly he fell into a trance, his mind consumed by a flicker of memory, something elusive yet powerful. Later, as they waited for a zeppelin to carry them across the sea, the tension in the air matched her unease. Valeera glanced at Brol and spoke in a low voice. "Crockbait's a great fighter, but there's something odd about him, isn't there? Like, something's missing. Have you noticed that he never smiles?" Brol, as gruff as ever, responded without hesitation. "What's he got to smile about? You'd act odd too if you didn't know who you were. Except on you it might be an improvement." Nearby, Rehgar stood with the captain of the Zeppelin, who observed their group with a raised brow. "Two of your team are constantly bickering while the other stares off into the distance and broods. You may have a problem there," the captain remarked. Rehgar remained unfazed, his expression stoic. "They don't have to like each other to fight well together," he replied. "Still, if things don't improve between them, I may make a change at Dire Maul." Their journey eventually brought them to Feralis, a land of untamed beauty and deep secrets. Looming before them were the ruins of Eldra Thalos, an ancient city built by the Highborn more than 12,000 years ago. Now the once great city was little more than a sprawling mass of overgrown rubble, festering with ancient and malevolent forces. Few dared venture to this legendary wreckage, and those who survived spoke of it only in whispers, for the name Dire Maul carried its own dark weight. Near the city's northeastern wall, the ogres had claimed a small portion of the ruins several years ago. It was here, among the crumbling stones, that they staged their yearly games, brutal contests of death or glory, where gladiators from all walks of life fought for honor or died trying. As they approached the entrance to Dire Maul, the air was thick with murmurs of ogres, their booming voices echoing through the ancient ruins. Valeera, Brol, and Crockbait couldn't help but overhear the crowd's words. "That scrawny human is supposed to take the place of Rehgar's slain orc captain, Blood-Eye Redfist?" one ogre scoffed. Another chimed in, "I hear the elf girl and the pink skin haven't even been bloodied yet." The sneers grew louder as they walked, and before long an ogre child hurled an apple at Brol, shouting, "He no night elf. Night elves don't got horns. He's some freak." The child grinned mischievously and yelled again, "Hey antlerhead, your mama Tauren." Brol's fury ignited. "Ogre brat, you dare?" He roared as he shifted into his bear form, charging toward the child. An orc standing nearby, amused by the scene, grinned and taunted, "Ha! You're a bear's dinner now, kid." But before Brol could follow through, Crockbait wrapped his arms around Brol's chest, trying to hold him back while talking some sense into him. "Brol, no," he warned, his voice steady and commanding. "You'll get us killed. We need to keep our wits and stay in control if we want to get out of Dire Maul alive." Brol, still seething, shifted back into his night elf form. "You're right," he muttered. I'd hate to be remembered 100 years from now around ogre campfires as Brol, the mighty child killer. He cast one last glare at the ogre child before continuing their march toward the arena. The roar of the crowd intensified. The reigning champions, Two Heads, Giago, and Burly, stepped into the arena to a deafening cheer from the spectators, who were confident the trio would hold on to their title. The tournament began with the individual trials, and Brol was the first to step forward. His opponent, a centaur, barely stood a chance. Brol defeated him with ease, showcasing his strength and skill. Next up was Valeera. Rehgar watched her closely, nodding approvingly as she entered the fray. "She's a quick study," he remarked as she swiftly took down her Quillbore opponent. With each victory, the crowd's disbelief grew, and so did the weight of Rehgar's purse. The odds had been stacked against his untried team, but their streak of wins was earning him a small fortune. Then it was Crocbait's turn. He squared off against a towering Frostmane troll, and the spectators murmured in anticipation. Surely this human's luck would run out now. The troll sneered down at him while gripping his two swords. "Aren't orc blades a bit large for you, little human?" Crocbait's eyes narrowed as he raised his sword with confidence. "Dance closer, troll," he replied coolly. "I think you'll find that they are just about your size." Wide-eyed and stunned, the troll stood frozen as Crocbait's sword sliced through the air faster than anyone could react. Before the troll even realized what had happened, he fell to the ground, lifeless. The crowd erupted in disbelief, their shock echoing across the arena. "How'd that happen? Must have been rigged. Impossible," the spectators shouted, their voices filled with outrage at the unexpected turn of events. Amidst the chaos, Rehgar stood calmly, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as he observed the mayhem. Fools. They refused to believe their own eyes. That blindness will be my making. At these odds, my take will be 3 years' income. Tomorrow's winnings will make me the richest gladiator master in Kalimdor. As the next fight prepared to begin, the arena roared with anticipation. The gates creaked open, and the reigning champions entered the battlefield. Their heavy steps shook the ground as they advanced towards Rehgar's team. Valeera's eyes narrowed as she assessed the situation. "Ogres. Delightful, aren't they?" she remarked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "They are bigger than we are and stronger. We'll have to be faster and smarter," Crocbait noted, his eyes already scanning the enemy for weaknesses. Valeera flashed him a grin. "No problem. For a second there you had me worried." Brol, however, was focused, his tone more urgent. "This is serious, Valeera. I've seen Giago fight. He's strong, got a long reach, but his left swing is slow. I think I can take him." As the ogres charged, Brol readied himself for Giago, while Valeera and Crocbait prepared to face the other two. The arena erupted in chaos as axes and clubs swung through the air, the crowd screaming insults and curses. "Frauds, losers, kill those idiots." In the heat of battle, Brol squared off against Giago. The ogre's massive clubs smashed down on Brol's staff, shattering it in two. Giago sneered, towering over the night elf. "Too slow, elf freak. I'll break your arm as easily as I smashed your staff." But Brol was done holding back. With a snarl of fury, he shifted into his bear form, his massive claws digging into the ground. With renewed strength, Brol swiped at Giago, his claws tearing into the ogre's legs and hamstringing him. The giant crashed onto the ground, taken out of the fight. As Brol was victorious against him, he ran to help Crocbait. The ogre, holding his wounded leg, glared up at Brol, rage filling his eyes. "You die long time for that. I crush skull and suck brains," he growled, struggling to rise. Meanwhile, Burly, still locked in combat with Crocbait, snarled, "I give you quick death." Crocbait parried Burly's strikes effortlessly, responding with a smirk. "A handsome offer, ogre. Step closer." Giago, despite his injury, wasn't finished with Brol just yet. "Now, elf freak, I feast," he bellowed, swinging at Brol on one knee, still determined to strike. But before Giago could finish his attack, Crocbait swiftly sliced off his head, ending him in an instant. But when Giago fell on top of Brol, he broke his arm in the process. The crowd gasped, stunned by the brutal efficiency. Crocbait suckered Burly. He cut off Giago's head. one spectator shouted in disbelief. "This can't be happening. I've lost 35 gold already," another wailed. Despite Iago's death, Brol wasn't safe yet. Iago's heavy body had pinned him to the ground, and Brol struggled to free himself with a broken arm, pain etched across his face. Across the arena, Two Heads slammed his weapon down, trying to crush Valeera, but she darted out of the way with a mocking laugh. "Miss Cyclops, maybe you should let Two Eyes take a swing," she teased, as the two ogre heads bickered amongst themselves. As the two heads argued, Valeera grinned to herself. "Keep at it, boys. I'll be back in a minute," she muttered, rushing over to help Brol. "Get out from under there, hurry! How's your arm?" she asked, pulling at Iago's corpse. "Broken," Brol winced, his face contorted in pain. "You're a druid, right? So heal it," Valeera snapped, exasperated. "Oh thanks, never thought of that," Brol replied sarcastically, managing a smirk despite the pain. "Weren't you supposed to be dealing with Two Heads?" he asked. "I delegated," Valeera shot back with a grin. "Learning to play to my strengths and taking my anger out on our enemies, unlike some grouches." Brol couldn't help but chuckle. "Deserved that, didn't I?" As the fight raged on, Crocbait clashed fiercely with Burly, blocking the ogre's heavy axe swings and retaliating with sharp, precise strikes. Valeera, eager to assist, dashed toward the fray. "Do your druid healing thing on your arm, I'll be right back," she called to Brol. But Brol, sensing danger, warned her. "Valeera, don't!" Before he could finish, Valeera charged into the fight, calling out, "Hold that thought! Crocbait, I'm come!" But before she could land a blow, Burly swung his axe faster than anticipated, striking Valeera with the back of the blade and sending her crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. "Valeera!" Crocbait shouted, his fury ignited. His eyes narrowed with renewed determination as he turned to Burly, his voice filled with wrath. "Hope you've made peace with your gods, Burly. Your time's up." In a swift, lethal move, Crocbait lunged at Burly, driving his sword into the ogre's throat and ending the fight in one brutal stroke. The crowd roared in shock. "It's Two Heads against the Pinkskin. 40 silver on Crocbait. He moves like the spirit of Logosh himself," one spectator cried out as the fight neared its climactic conclusion. The arena was filled with chaos, the fight reaching its peak as Crocbait dodged Two Heads' wild swing with precision and speed. Blood was still dripping from Valeera's wounds, and her breath came in ragged gasps as she lay on the ground. Brol knelt beside her, his face etched with worry. "Brol, get Valeera out of here before she bleeds to death," Crocbait shouted, his eyes never leaving Two Heads. "I hear you, and don't get cocky, Croc, it's not over yet," Brol replied, hoisting Valeera onto his shoulder as she flinched from the pain. "Hope druid healing's as good as you say," Valeera muttered weakly, her voice strained. With renewed focus, Crocbait danced around Two Heads' attack, slipping past the ogre's heavy swings. As Two Heads slammed his weapon into the ground, Crocbait leapt onto it, using it as leverage. The crowd watched in awe. "By the gods, he is Logosh," a spectator exclaimed. In one final swift motion, Crocbait swung his sword, severing one of the ogre's heads. The crowd erupted into disbelief and awe. "Logosh! Logosh lives!" the spectators chanted, their voices filling the amphitheater with a thunderous roar. The ground seemed to shake with their cheers as the human earned a new name, one tied to the legend of Goldrin, aka Logosh, the great wolf spirit known for ferocity, savagery, and an unbreakable will. From the sidelines, Brol and Valeera watched, stunned and exhilarated by their victory. Valeera, still weak but grinning, asked, "What are they saying?" "Logosh," Rehgar answered, his tone filled with respect. "It means ghost wolf." Valeera chuckled softly, her eyes half opened. "Wolf. Good name for the hero of Diremaul." 2 days later, the dust had settled, and Rehgar found himself in negotiations with Helka, a powerful Tauren. Helka had her eyes on Valeera to lead an all-female gladiator team she was assembling. Rehgar, ever the shrewd businessman, agreed to sell Valeera for 2,000 gold, sealing her fate in a new chapter of her journey. The tournament had ended, and Diremaul was slowly emptying. The once thundering Colosseum was now filled with the quiet shuffle of gamblers, beggars, and prostitutes making their way out of the stadium. The victors, drunk on their winnings, and the losers nursing their defeats, drifted through the abandoned city's ancient byways before vanishing into the wilderness of Feralis and beyond. Outside the city walls, a giant pyre roared to life where the bodies of the fallen gladiators were tossed. No ceremonies, no mourners. The annual games of the Crimson Ring had come to an end. Amidst the quiet aftermath, the newly crowned champions made their exit. But despite their victory, their wrists were shackled. A harsh reminder that glory did not equal freedom for those bound by their circumstances. As they left the arena, whispers echoed among the remaining spectators. "Where's the female elf?" one asked. Another muttered, "She was sold to that Tauren gladiator mistress, Helka." Separated from their comrade, Brol's mind raced. He couldn't make sense of it. "Leaving Valeera behind, it isn't right," he said, frustration and disbelief thick in his voice. Logosh, taken back, shot him a glance. "You're certain you weren't hit on the head back there in the arena?" "I judged her too harshly, Logosh," Brol admitted, his voice filled with regret. "I never thought Rehgar would sell her, sell any of us. We were a team. She's too young, and because of what she is, she has too many demons to face. I accepted Rehgar's ownership because I trusted him." Logosh, confused, asked, "You're saying you had a choice about your service to him?" "We, all of us, have choices," Brol responded, his voice heavy with meaning. As Brol and Logosh were being led away, Brol called out one last time, "Valeera, use your brains, don't do anything stupid. We'll come back for you." Valeera, watching her former team, her friends, being led away in chains, felt her anger boil over. "They'll come back for me?" she fumed, fists clenched tight, as if they weren't under constant guard. Her eyes narrowed, determination hardening her features. "Well, I don't need them. I'll get myself out of here, and then maybe I'll rescue them." Valeera arrived in the Broken Commons, her eyes scanning for an opportunity, and she found one. The team was preparing to ride wyverns to their next destination, but Valeera had other plans. Even though she was assigned a passenger, this was her chance to break free. As soon as she hopped onto the back of the wyvern named Bristlefur, she gave the creature a swift kick, urging it into flight. Her passenger, a Tauren named Tarm, barely managed to hold on, shouting, "Hey, not so fast, girl." Unaware to her escape attempt, Tarm assumed Valeera had simply been overeager, thinking it was a mistake. As they soared over the trees, she started a casual conversation about the forest below. "What's wrong with the forest? It used to run on for miles more," Valeera commented. "Nothing's wrong, little elf," Tarm replied, his tone relaxed. "The forests of Feralis are slowly giving way to the grasslands of Mulgore. And when the woodland goes, I won't have a place to hide," she thought. With a sudden jerk, she sent Bristlefur diving toward the ground, and Tarm was thrown from the wyvern into the trees below. As she continued her rapid descent, she urged, "Bristlefur, beneath the trees, hurry! No one can disappear in a forest quicker than an elf." A small pang of guilt tugged at her as she said, "I almost hated tricking him. I suppose he'll be out of a job tomorrow." Arriving at Thunderbluff, Valeera hoped to find Logosh and Brol somewhere in the city. As she surveyed the area, she spotted a hippogriff soaring through the sky. She decided to set down on the outskirts behind a large tent and took note of the commotion. "Looks like some kind of fight down below. Everyone's running toward the main mesa. No doubt Brol's doing something stupid," she muttered to herself. From her vantage point, Valeera saw the hippogriff descending toward the mesa, its movements unsteady, and she wondered if it might be injured. Her pulse quickened as she thought, "Is it Brol and Logosh? They're escaping, leaving without me, again." But her thoughts quickly turned to the immediate threat of Rehgar's guards getting ready to chase down the two escapees. Oh no, Rehgar's guards. They'll bring them down from the hippogriff. As Valeera crouched in the bushes, she saw Rehgar emerge from a nearby tent, a Tauren at his side. "My guards may catch them," Rehgar said calmly. "Perhaps. You're taking your loss rather calmly, Rehgar," the Tauren observed. Rehgar's expressions remained stoic. "At Dire Maul, I recouped my investment in those two 1,000 times over. I knew this day was coming. A man is truly a prisoner only as long as he agrees to remain one. After that, in his heart at least, he is free. And where his heart is, his body may follow if his will is strong enough." He paused for a moment, his eyes gleaming. "And I'm an old hand, Hamul. I recognize a hippogriff feather when I see one. I know what they can do in the right hands. Hearing Rehgar speak stirred something deep within Valeera. His words echoed in her mind, and she found herself reflecting on her own situation, on freedom, on choices, and the will to break free from her chains. From her hidden perch within Thunderbluff, Valeera strained to keep her eyes on Brol and Logosh, but they were out of sight as they flew off on the back of the hippogriff. Frustrated, she glanced around, only to spot an ebon griffin descending toward the city. Her sharp ears caught the murmur of a conversation nearby. Below her, Magatha Grimtotem stood, her voice sharp as she addressed a mysterious rider. "That's close enough, assassin," Magatha barked. "Lady Magatha, you were expecting me?" the rider replied, his voice smooth with an edge of danger. "I received word through the Forsaken that you were coming. What business have you here?" Magatha asked, her gaze piercing. "None with the Tauren. I'm searching for the champion of Dire Maul, the one they call Logosh," the rider explained, his tone unwavering. He then added, "I want him dead or alive, and will pay handsomely for any information." Valeera's breath caught as she listened, her thoughts racing. Logosh, dead or alive? This should be worth overhearing. She leaned as close as she could against the wall, focusing on every word exchanged between Magatha and the assassin. Magatha, never one to shy away from dark magic, took a bundle of herbs from her pouch. "Herbs of rare and delicate power," she said, tossing them into the fire. "As they are consumed by the flames, they will show you where Logosh has gone." "Logosh and his companion are in Ashenvale at Warsong Gulch," the assassin said. "His life and that of his companion are already in peril. Look." Valeera strained to hear more, listening as the flames hissed and crackled. Although she couldn't see the vision within the fire, the sounds of battle rang clear, the clashing of weapons, the strained voices of night elves, and the unmistakable sound of Logosh fighting alongside them. And Brol. Something was wrong. It sounded like he was injured, or perhaps overexerting himself from casting a powerful spell. Valeera's mind raced. The assassin now knew exactly where they were, and worse yet, he was going after them. Her resolve hardened. The assassin, whoever sent him, found out from Magatha where Logosh and Brol went. They're in the thick of trouble as ever, and Brol may be hurt. Valeera leaped to her feet, her decision made. "Come on, Bristlefur," she whispered, mounting the wyvern swiftly. "We'll follow the human and stop him if we can." Following the assassin's trail, Valeera found herself at the edge of a night elf encampment. "Silverwing sentinels, led by a priestess of the moon," Valeera said softly. Bristlefur let out a low growl, causing her to glance down and whisper urgently, "Hush, Bristlefur. A blood elf in these parts won't get as warm a welcome as the human. Wait here. I need to get closer to listen to what they are saying." She crept closer, straining to hear. One of the night elves pointed to her owl companion and spoke. "Round Eye here tells me Brol has purified the idol of Remulus and freed himself of its curse. Now he and Logosh are taking it to Darnassus." Valeera's mind raced. Idol? What idol? What curse? She thought, her curiosity now piqued. But before she could gather more information, she felt a presence behind her. A night elf. Having spotted Valeera, mistook her for a spy, and swiftly moved to subdue her. The elf attempted to wrestle her to the ground, but Valeera wasn't an easy target. "I'm not a spy, night elf," Valeera growled, her voice steady even as she fought off the attack. "At least, I'm not spying on you. I'm a friend of Brol's and Logosh's. I fought beside them at Dire Maul, while that human you're so chummy with is an assassin who's been hired to kill..." "Try again, Blood Elf. A child wouldn't believe that tale." Frustration boiled over inside Valeera as she struggled to be heard. "Everyone looks at me and thinks, Blood Elf, traitor. But even a child would have more sense than to freely answer the assassin's questions just because he's human. It's really starting to irritate me." At that moment, she saw the assassin taking off into the sky on his mount, and her anger flared even hotter. "You see? Now that he's learned what he needed to know, he's off, while I'm stuck here, brawling uselessly with idiots," she snapped, wrenching free of her attacker's grasp. "Enough. You sentinels may be good, but I was trained by Rehgar Earthfury." Her words hung in the air, sharp and cutting, as she stood ready to defend herself against the Night Elf's mistrust, while the real threat, her enemy, was already slipping away. Valeera stood in a tense circle, surrounded by 4 Night Elf sentinels, their swords gleaming in the daylight. Each of them was poised, their eyes cold and calculating as they closed in on her, weapons at the ready. "You're cornered, Blood Elf. Surrender now and it'll be easier for you," one sentinel said, her voice sharp and unwavering. Valeera's lips curled into a smirk as she twirled her daggers, her eyes darting between the sentinels. "Cornered? I think you're mistaken," she replied, her voice carrying a hint of playfulness, though her body was tense and ready for action. The sentinels advanced, swords raised. Valeera waited, her instincts honed, then made her move. One sentinel lunged first, swinging her sword in a wide arc. Valeera twisted to the side, dodging the blow effortlessly. She knocked the blade aside with the flat of her dagger and spun low, sweeping the elf's legs out from under her before springing backward to avoid another attack. A second sentinel charged at her, sword aimed at her chest, but Valeera ducked under the swing, disarming the attacker with a quick flick of her wrist. The sword flew from the night elf's hand, clattering to the ground as the elf stumbled back. Valeera was a blur of movement, weaving between the sentinels with grace and precision. She deflected another sword strike, the clash of metal ringing in the air. Though her daggers flashed dangerously, her strikes were calculated to incapacitate, not kill. She spun out of the way of another attack, dodging yet another blade aimed at her midsection. "You're quick," one sentinel growled, stepping forward with her sword raised. "But it won't save you." "Quick enough to get away," Valeera shot back with a grin, deflecting the sentinel's blade and ducking under a swing from one of the others. Her sharp eyes caught movement above the tree line. Relfthra had arrived, wings flaring as he prepared to swoop down. Valeera feinted toward her attacker, causing her to brace for a strike. Instead, Valeera spun around, knocking the sentinel off balance and sending her stumbling into her other comrades. Before they could recover, Valeera bolted for the edge of the clearing. "Relfthra, to me," Valeera called out, her voice urgent as she leaped onto the back of her wyvern. "Fly, Relfthra, and fast. We head for Darnassus, the last place in the world where a blood elf will be expected. Or welcome." With a powerful flap of his wings, Relfthra carried Valeera higher into the sky, leaving the sentinels behind. They could only watch in frustration as the blood elf escaped, their swords still drawn but now useless. An hour later, Valeera arrived in Rutheran village, her eyes scanning the quiet docks before continuing on toward Darnassus. As she moved stealthily through the shadows, she overheard a group of night elves discussing something that made her heart skip a beat. "Brol and Logosh left for Theramore late this afternoon," one of them said. Valeera's mind raced. "Theramore, that's where I need to go," she thought. She turned to Relfthra, stroking his neck. "Sorry, Relfthra, I'm tired too. But the assassin has a big head start, and Logosh's life may be at stake. Brol's too." With a determined nod, they took off again, this time heading across the continent. As they flew over the vast landscapes, Valeera finally spotted the assassin in the distance, closing in on the targets. "Fly as fast as you can, my dear," she urged Relfthra. "Once we catch him, we'll rest, and when we do, I promise you all the wild boar you can eat." In the distance, Valeera spotted Brol and Logosh, unaware of the danger behind them. Her heart raced as she saw the assassin gaining ground. Oh no. Brol and Logosh, the assassin's almost on top of them and they don't have a clue. Idiots. She steadied herself on Relfthra's back, her eyes narrowing. "Hold steady, Relfthra. We've only got one chance." As the assassin aimed his crossbow, ready to strike, Valeera acted. With precision, she hurled her dagger, embedding it into the assassin's shoulder. He let out a cry of pain, looking back just in time to see Valeera diving toward him. Her eyes were locked on her target. She aimed to knock him off his mount. She collided with the assassin mid-air, sending both of them spiraling toward the ground. "Think again, assassin," Valeera shouted as they fall. "Relfthra, keep to the skies." Their fall was broken by the sticky strands of a massive spiderweb. Valeera grimaced, realizing the danger they were now in. The assassin snarled at her. "You'll pay for this, blood elf." Valeera, tangled in the web beside him, glanced at the thick, glistening strands around them. "Considering what this stuff looks like, we both probably will." She shot back, her voice sharp as they were both stuck in the web, knowing the real fight was only just beginning. Finally managing to pull herself to her feet, Valeera locked eyes with the assassin, who also struggled to stand but remained entangled in the web. Her voice, laced with fury, cut through the tension. "Who sent you to kill Logosh?" The assassin sneered as they began their fight, the web swaying with their movements. "I don't know who wants him dead, blood elf, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." "Pity," Valeera said, lunging forward with her dagger. "If you know nothing, I have no reason to keep you alive." "My very thoughts," the assassin shot back, deflecting her attack. One last time, assassin. Who wants Logosh dead? She pressed, her voice sharp with determination. You'll never know, he sneered. Take her, Black Claw. Suddenly, his ebon griffin swooped down, its talons grasping Valeera and pulling her into the air. Desperate, she fought back, managing to stab the griffin in the eye with her dagger. The creature let out a piercing screech, releasing her, and Valeera plummeted back toward the ground, crashing into the water below. Exhausted and gasping for air, Valeera could hear the assassin taunting her from above. Come up, little elf, so I can finish you. After finally catching her breath, she's finally able to ask one final time. Let me die with my curiosity assuaged. Who hired you? I tell my secrets to no one, not even the dead, the assassin growled, raising his weapon to end her life. But Valeera blocked the strike with her dagger, her eyes narrowing. Too bad, she said, her voice steady despite her wariness. If you'd been more helpful, I might have warned you, she finished, just as a massive tarantula lunged out from the shadows, grabbing the assassin in its jaws and finishing him off. Valeera, her body trembling with exhaustion, managed a wry smile. One meal a day's enough for you, my hairy friend. She collapsed to the ground, her vision blurring, only to see the forms of a male dwarf and a female human approaching her. Save the girl, Sven. Carry her to the boat, the woman instructed calmly. But she's a blood elf, mistress, an enemy of all. The dwarf began, but the woman cut him off with a gentle reprimand. You've lived in Theramore a long time, Sven. Haven't you learned by now that today's enemies can be tomorrow's friends? And that things are not always what they seem? Sven grumbled. No more platitudes today, my lady. You'll upset my digestion. Still, he bent down, grabbing Valeera under her arms and lifting her. Look at her, man. She's badly injured and barely more than an elf child. As he carried her, Valeera, her voice faint, murmured, Not a child. The woman, watching with concern, smiled softly. No, I suppose not. Like Sven, I watched you deal with that guild assassin. That was brave. You have great power in you. Valeera, struggling to stay awake, whispered, Thank you for saving me, lady. I sense lingering aura, powerful magic, but you're human. The woman, both kind and wary, replied, Even in your distress, you are perceptive, elf. I was once great among the mighty, but I believed in power too strongly. In the end, I lost mine. The lesson cost me my son, and many other mothers lost theirs as well. I rarely speak of it now, but I've thought much about the dance of light and dark since those days. I can feel the dance wars within you, little elf, as it did within me. If you feel inclined, seek me out when you are well and we will talk. But for now, remember only this. Redemption is never truly out of reach. She gently applied an herbal serum to Valeera's wounds. This will begin your healing. But your magic, Valeera asked weakly. There was a time when I was so powerful that my merest thought would have made you whole again. That time is gone. Once we've reached Theramore, you'll need a true healer. Perhaps as we travel, you would tell me your story, the woman suggested as they made their way onward to Theramore. As they arrived in Theramore, a guard approached the woman. Chamberlain Aegwyn, the Lady Jaina needs you. Turning to Sven, Aegwyn gave her final instructions. Put Valeera in the west chamber, Sven. Summon a healer and have someone see to her wyvern, if you please. She then turned to Valeera, her eyes filled with wisdom and compassion. You must rest and recover, Valeera. You have great gifts, child. Your friends will need you by their sides if they are to survive. But choose your course carefully. No one's destiny is fixed, for good or ill. As the moon cast its soft glow over Theramore, Valeera quietly made her way out of the west chambers, her steps light but purposeful. In the distance, she heard familiar voices, Brol and Logosh, engaged in conversation. Brol, grinning slightly, teased, So Jaina and Aegwyn think you're actually King Varian of Stormwind. It would explain a lot, your arrogance for a start. Logosh's expression darkened as he responded, Brol, I've learned that my wife, though I see her only in the briefest of glimpses, is dead. This means my young son is alone. It's vital that I return to the Eastern Kingdoms immediately. Of course, Brol began, but before we leave, Logosh interrupted, his tone laced with surprise. You'll come with me across the sea? We've already fought our way across one continent, Brol was saying with his usual gusto. I think we should try for 2. But first we must find Valeera and free her. With a grin on her face, Valeera stepped forward. Too late. I'm already free. No thanks to you 2 sluggards, she teased. But I'm coming with you anyway. You 2 can barely get along without me. Brol, taken back but clearly elated, turned to her, eyes wide with surprise. Valeera? How? I freed myself, she replied with a grin. Brol chuckled, shaking his head. Why am I not surprised? Without warning, Valeera rushed toward Brol, lifting her into a tight embrace. Valeera laughed, her heart light. I have so much to tell you, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. And I want to hear about everything that's happened. Like, what's this about an idol? And Logosh, you're a king? And we're going to Stormwind? Logosh, a calm smile spreading across his face, replied. Peace, Valeera. No need to blow us there before the ship is ready. We'll have plenty of time to tell our stories, all of them, before we reach the Eastern Kingdoms. And then? Brol asked, his voice curious. Then, Logosh said, his voice taking on a steely edge. Then I will seek out my enemies, and woe betide those who set themselves against me. Brol's grin returned, full of admiration. Ah, hear that, Valeera? That is the true voice of Logosh. There speaks a king. As the 3 friends sailed across the open ocean, the salty breeze filling their sails, Brol broke the comfortable silence with a grin. If it turns out you truly are King Varian, Logosh, he asked, raising a brow, will I have to salute or bow? Valeera burst into laughter, joining in the fun. Brol, even your bear form has more grace. But I've been secretly practicing my curtsy. Observe this, your highness. Logosh smirked, playing along. If I am the king, I'll put you both in fool's motley and let you natter at each other for my amusement. He paused, the playful light fading from his eyes as he sighed. For all that Jaina Proudmoore has told me, that I must be Stormwind's lost king, my past remains just a series of disconnected images. I don't know this Varian, and king or not, I'm not sure I want to be him. If I had a choice, I'd choose to remain Logosh, a simple gladiator. His gaze turned distant. But I have a son who may be in danger, and people who need me, or so Jaina says. My duty is clear. Valeera noticed a calm that seemed to settle over Brol, something she hadn't seen in him for a while. You seem less angry than before, Brol. Brol nodded, his expression softening as he looked toward Logosh. Thank King Logosh here for that, Valeera. His royalness helped me regain myself. He continued more quietly. The idol of Remulus has been restored, as has my control. All my spirit forms, cat, sea lion, stormcrow, and bear, they've returned, and my rage has finally abated. My balance has been restored. As the trio relaxed on the ship, Valeera turned to Brol with a grin. It's nice to have a peaceful chat together, but I miss Bristlefur, Brol. He was nearly as good as company as you are. Brol chuckled. Your wyvern earned his freedom, Valeera, as did Sharp Talon. A fine fighter, that hippogriff. Valeera's smile faded a bit as she added, Speaking of fighting, I won't miss that assassin who was after Logosh. He's spider food now and it served him right. I do wish Logosh had been able to question him though. Maybe someone doesn't want Logosh to claim his throne. Before they could discuss it further, a shout echoed from the ship's deck. What's happening? The captain bellowed as the ship suddenly rocked under an attack from Naga forces. Logosh's hand went instinctively to his swords as he looked to the captain. Our peaceful chat is over. Look to your weapons, Captain. With that, he sprang into action. The trio broke off, each taking on the incoming threats. A Naga with a sneer fixed his eyes on Brol. Nature-worshipping weakling, night elf scum. You, we don't take for ransom. Brol responded by landing a powerful punch squarely in the creature's face. There, we're in agreement, mutant spawn. He looked around and called out, Logosh, there are more of them. Logosh sliced through one Naga before responding dryly, Why am I not surprised? In the midst of the battle, Logosh caught Brol's eye with a smirk. Brol, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Brol grunted, knocking down a Naga whose fall cracked the wooden deck. I'm thinking I could have stayed with Rehgar, fought this hard as a gladiator and made more money. Is that it? The Naga lunged at Logosh from behind, and with a swift movement, he pulled his sword up facing the incoming Naga, stabbing the creature through its mouth. Close enough, he muttered, pulling his blade free. Meanwhile, Valeera grabbed one of the Naga by its face tendrils, holding her dagger dangerously close to its throat. "I need your scimitar, creep," she demanded, the fire in her eyes leaving no room for argument. Together the trio fought fiercely, their camaraderie and skill shining as they defended the ship against the relentless assault. Brol looked over and saw that Valeera was beginning to get surrounded by a swarm of Naga. His eyes narrowed and he called out, "Get back from Valeera." With a powerful charge, he shifted into his bear form, launching himself at the closest Naga and biting down on its neck, sending the creature reeling. The trio regrouped, catching their breath as they fended off the relentless attack. Valeera grinned, her eyes alight with adrenaline. The three of us together against overwhelming odds? It's like Dire Maul all over again. For less money. Logash returned her grin. That thought had occurred to Brol as well. Suddenly, the ocean surged, and a massive creature began rising from the depths. A Naga siren cast an arcane blast toward the ship, the force of it threatening to send them all to a watery grave. Valeera pointed to the creature. The Naga siren. She's trying to destroy the ship with arcane energy bursts. Brol turned to her, his voice urgent. "Keep away from her, Valeera. Arcane energy is sinister, a dangerous temptation because of what you are." Valeera rolled her eyes but fired back. "We Blood Elves aren't so fearful of the arcane, Brol, or so convinced of its innate evil." Brol's tone was firm, "And that's the problem. Promise me, Valeera. Absorbing too much arcane energy will tempt you toward even darker magic." Sighing, Valeera nodded. "All right, I'll do as you say, but..." Before she could finish, the Naga siren bellowed, "Night Elf, bid your friends goodbye and die in agony." Valeera leapt to her feet, defiance blazing in her eyes. "I don't think so, Siren. I'll match my wits against your magic any day." Without hesitation, she dashed across the deck and sprang off the side of the ship, launching herself toward the siren. Brol's voice was filled with alarm. "Valeera, no!" Mid-air, Valeera shouted, "So use it or lose it, witch." Grabbing hold of the siren's trident, she plunged into the water below, the water closing over them as the Naga lunged at her. "Bring it, monster. We'll test the sharpness of these tines." Valeera spat as she fought off the attacks, stabbing at a Naga trying to close in on her. But her situation grew more dire by the second. Watching from the deck, Brol couldn't leave her down there alone. He leaped into the water after her, determined to get her back to safety before the Naga overwhelmed her. Valeera spotted him as she fought, yelling over the splashes. "Brol, I'm not going to use the Trident's energy, I'm just..." Her words cut off abruptly as she saw a group of Naga drag Brol under the surface, pulling him away from her. Diving after him, Valeera's eyes widened as she spotted 4 Naga surrounding Brol. Bound to his aquatic form, he struggled but couldn't effectively fight them off. As sharp as those teeth look, that form is made for swimming, not fighting. Valeera's mind raced as she watched him struggle. "I've got to save him." With determination, Valeera tightened her grip on the trident, ready to do whatever it took to pull Brol from the deadly depths. Valeera couldn't stand by and watch Brol struggle against his attackers any longer. Desperation took over and she did what she felt was necessary. Gripping the trident, she used its arcane energy to gain an advantage. Cutting through the Naga, she swam toward her friend. "Hold on, Brol," she thought, charging down at the remaining enemies. "Die, you watery devils." With a fierce thrust, she dispatched the last Naga attacking him. Climbing onto Brol's back, she held on as he powered toward the surface. Breaking free of the water, Valeera gasped. "Finally, I can breathe again." Brol was visibly upset, his expression stern as he demanded, "Give me the witch's trident, Valeera, now." Reluctantly, she handed him the weapon, saying, "Brol, please. I know I said I wouldn't use arcane energy, but I needed the boost to save you." Her tone was pleading, hoping he'd understand. But Brol's voice was thick with frustration. "You put yourself in danger." "The danger is just Night Elf superstition, Brol. It isn't that dangerous, truly. My people wield arcane energy, not in that quantity. Not without paying a grave price," he retorted, his voice hard. Valeera's resolve didn't falter. "I don't care. Even if it was dangerous, saving you would be worth it." Brol cut her off, his anger unshaken. "Tell me that when you're deep in the pangs of withdrawal. Now come on, we need to return to the ship." Shifting into his flight form, he grabbed her in his talons, lifting them back toward the vessel. As they flew, a scene on the deck below caught their attention. Logash stood frozen, with a Naga looming over him. Her blade raised to strike. "As I thought," she sneered. "You're nothing but a weakling, mortal. A shadow of a man, just like before. All bluster, no fight. Not even worth ransoming. You're nothing." But Logash's voice rose defiantly. "I am the King of Stormwind. And no one, not the Naga, nor the Scourge, nor the fiery lords of the Burning Legion, will keep me from my people. In one swift move, he sliced the Naga in two, a fierce determination blazing in his eyes. His memories restored, Logash turned to the remaining Naga, a deadly glint in his gaze. Now then, I have a few questions for the rest of you. The Naga, seeing the bloodlust in his eyes, quickly fled, abandoning the fight. As Brol and Valeera landed back on the deck, Brol called out with concern. Logash? Valeera, hesitant, tried, Varian? He nodded, his expression firm yet warm. I may be Varian the King, but I am still Logash, champion gladiator of the Crimson Ring and a friend to my friends. With a nod to each of them, he continued. Valeera, help me dump this offal into the sea. And Brol, do what you can to heal our fallen sailors. We must make repairs quickly and resume our journey to the Eastern Kingdoms. I see storm clouds gathering on the horizon. As they went about their tasks, Valeera pulled her cloak tightly around herself. Glancing up at the sky for a brief moment, she thought she saw a great gray wolf, a phantom-like vision of strength, blotting out the sun. The group arrived at Menethil Harbor, cloaked and hooded as a storm raged around them. Rain poured relentlessly, drenching their garments as flashes of lightning illuminated the dark sky. Valeera glanced around and spoke up. So this is Menethil Harbor, Logash? Logash, eyes scanning the harbor, responded. A small part of the Bronzebeard dwarf's vast kingdom. Valeera's lips twisted into a slight smirk. Not much to look at, is it? She muttered. Neither are we, Valeera, Brol added dryly. Logash's expression turned serious as he prepared them for what was to come. Just as well, we don't want to attract any unwelcome attention until we get the lay of the land, so we'll keep our heads down and our mouths shut. As they walked, Valeera couldn't hide her distaste. I loathe the rain, she exclaimed, irritation sharpening her voice. And did we have to land in a blasted Alliance port? They hate Blood Elves here. Logash glanced over at her, calm and composed. They hate Blood Elves everywhere. Keep your hood up and you'll be safe enough. Suddenly, Valeera's steps faltered, and her expression shifted to discomfort. Everything hurts. My head, even my skin itches, she said, her voice strained. Brol looked at her with concern. During our battle with the Naga, you absorbed an untold amount of arcane energy, Valeera. More than you're used to, even if you are a blood elf. More than was good for you. What you're feeling is withdrawal. Valeera's eyes flashed with annoyance. I know, Brol. Don't patronize me. Brol sighed, a touch of frustration in his tone. Hard not to sometimes, he muttered. Her annoyance deepened as she shot back. My blood elf energy-thieving ways helped save your sanctimonious life. Brol's voice softened, trying to diffuse the tension. I didn't say, I'm not blaming you, Valeera. I know why you did what you did, but you put yourself in grave peril. I'm worried. Before he could finish, an old woman stepped out of the shadows, her hand extended. Cross my palm with a copper, kind sirs, and I'll tell your fortune. Valeera cut her off sharply. Here, I'll handle this. With a flick of her hand, she absorbed the woman's energy, leaving her screaming in pain until Valeera let go. A sly grin crept onto her face. That's perfect. Valeera, Brol shouted, his voice filled with alarm. That's not perfect, Valeera. It's giving in to your increased craving. That way lies danger and corruption. It doesn't, Brol, Valeera interrupted, her tone defensive. That's just night elf propaganda. Look, I know I absorbed too much arcane energy from that trident, but I had to. I needed the boost to fight through to you, and once I started, I just couldn't seem to stop. It felt... I'll just taper off, okay? Take a little less each time. What's the big deal? It's not like I'm tapping fel energy, just ordinary arcane. Before she could finish, Valeera bumped into a man stumbling out of a nearby tavern, drink in hand. He fell, his mug shattered as it hit the ground. Hey, watch where you're... sorry, mister. Really, He stopped, eyes widening in fear as he took in Logash's imposing face. Recognition dawned on his face, and his tone changed to one of disbelief and terror. You're supposed to be dead. Logash's eyes narrowed, the storm around them suddenly seeming quieter as tension thickened the air. No problem, Brol said confidently. We'll just keep our heads down and our mouths shut. But Logash's eyes narrowed as he watched the panicked man sprint away. He knows something, he said, taking off after him without hesitation. As they bolted forward, Valeera's hand moved swiftly to her dagger, ready to silence the man before he could speak. But Logash caught her arm, halting her throw. "Valeera, don't! Dead men can't talk, and I need to have a conversation with him." The group pushed on, following the man as he disappeared into a nearby tavern. Inside the dimly lit room, they could hear the man, breathless and stammering, trying to make sense of his shock. "I tell you, it was him, alive, I swear it. Hendel was a witness. He swore he saw him drown. He must have drowned, but..." Another voice interrupted, skeptical and sharp. "You're drunk again, Slim. He drowned." Slim's voice rose in defiance. "Yeah? So how come he's standing right there?" He pointed at Logash, who stood framed in the doorway. "Apparently, it's nice to see you all again," Logash said, his tone cool and composed. "But I'm not looking for trouble. I just want a few answers." Trouble found them anyway. A man with an eye patch and a scarred face stepped forward, a cruel grin forming as he shouted, "Kill them!" Weapons were drawn and chaos erupted. A robed figure suddenly materialized in the room, the shimmer of magic betraying his presence. Teleported when we walked in. Watch out for him. Eye patch is a mage. Powerful. Quite a glow. Her warning was cut short as the mage unleashed an ice blast. "Brol, watch out for..." Valeera's voice faltered as Brol was encased in ice. Logash, however, showed no sign of panic. "Whenever you're ready, Brol. We need to get this over with quickly." "Brol?" Valeera echoed, worry tightening her voice. Suddenly, cracks splintered through the ice, and with a roar, Brol shattered free, shifting into his bear form. He launched himself at the attackers, his massive paws swiping left and right, scattering the surprised patrons who hadn't anticipated the druid's shapeshifting power. "Brol, the wizard!" Valeera shouted, hurling her two daggers. One struck a man in the chest, sending him staggering back, while the other narrowly missed the mage, who yelled, "Damnation!" Logash, caught in a fight with another attacker, didn't see the mage preparing a fire spell behind him. Just as the spell was about to be unleashed, a dwarf leaped from the shadows, disrupting the mage and causing him to falter. Seizing the moment, Logash spun around and drove his blade into the mage's chest, ending the threat. The four warriors stood back to back, Brol still in bear form, bristling with readiness. Logash turned to the dwarf, eyes narrowed. "Thanks. Who are you?" "I'm an ambassador of sorts," the dwarf said, breathing heavily. "I was supposed to meet your party at the docks and slip away with you quietly." "And your fallback plan?" Logash asked, tightening his grip on his swords. "Help you end this fast and get out of town, with as much haste as we can manage," the dwarf replied, a grin breaking through the tension. The dwarf's brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced at Logash. "You're supposed to be in Stormwind right now, aren't you? Having been rescued from the Defias kidnappers?" he said, his voice laced with bewilderment. As the battle raged on, Valeera's eyes narrowed, locking onto the wizard preparing another spell. A small, determined smile crept onto her lips as she whispered to herself, "Ah, finally." Amid the clash of steel and shouts, the dwarf continued, "You're missing it all. The big bash Stormwind is holding in your honor. Parade? Feast? Word on the street is that Lady Prestor was extremely glad to see you." "So what are you doing here?" he asked, striking down another attacker. Valeera let her arcane craving take over, rushing the wizard before he could cast his fire spell. She began absorbing his energy, eyes glinting with a dangerous hunger. "Valeera, that's enough," Brol shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her away. "It's okay. I'm through with him anyway," she said coolly as the wizard slumped lifelessly to the floor. After the fight, Logash turned to the dwarf. "You know me. How?" "My name is Thargus Anvilmar," the dwarf began, catching his breath. "I serve King Magni Bronzebeard. You were trained by the best Alliance warriors from every kingdom. One of them was my brother, Hjalmar. Few humans know dwarf combat stances. You alone had been taught the Anvilmar feint. Hjalmar said he never had a likelier pupil, even if you were human. Who else could you be? But if you're here, then who are they embracing at Stormwind?" Thargas's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Logash's gaze hardened with determination. "That's one of the many things I intend to find out." Searching through the fallen bodies, Valeera called out, "Found their boss, the one-eyed mage that Thargas clocked." The man let out a groan, arcane energy faintly radiating from him. "He's still alive," she added, almost mirroring how she felt, fatigued and strained. Brol nodded toward the man. The drunk was reporting to him. He knows something. Bring him around, Logash ordered. Valeera picked up a drink from a nearby table and splashed it onto the unconscious man's face. His eyes fluttered open, the arcane glow beginning to fade. Talk fast. He won't last long, Valeera said firmly. You know who I am? Logash questioned, his voice low and intense. The man sneered. The worthless king of Stormwind. Logash's eyes darkened. How do you know? Led the Defias, who delivered you to the ship. They said you died. The man spat, a wicked grin spreading as he added, paid in Stormwind gold. But he won't give up. He'll find you, kill you, in the end. Destroy your kingdom, murder your son. With a sudden surge of malice, the man's hand began to glow as he attempted to cast one final spell. Valeera's eyes widened. Logash, look out! She yelled as she sent a blast of energy to stop him and began to absorb what she could. Valeera, no! You're taking too much. Brol shouted, pulling her back. Stumbling, she swiftly drew her dagger and hurled it at the mage, ending him. Logash's eyes blazed with fury. What do you think you're doing? I wasn't finished questioning him. He was going to use the last of his magic to kill you. The pig was dying anyways. We'd learned all we could from him. I figured, why waste his energy when I could use it? We couldn't let him live in any case, Valeera said, wiping blood from her cheek. Thargus nodded grimly. The girl's right. You could have died. And if we had let him live, he'd have spread the word of your return. Logash's jaw clenched. He may have known nothing else, Thargus, but he may have known more. Now we'll never know. That wasn't your decision to make, Valeera. Have a care lest your thirst betray us in the end. As they stepped out of the tavern and into the stormy night, Brol turned to Valeera ready to speak, but she cut him off. Don't you start, Brol. I'm glad he's dead. I hate people who threaten children. I'll never let Logash's son be orphaned like I was, by a worthless slug like him. The rain had finally ceased, but the sea and sky remained an angry gray, mirroring the simmering tension that hung over the narrow streets of Menethil Harbor. The small party of travelers moved cautiously, seemingly deep in conversation, unaware of the malice watching from the shadows. Valeera perched atop Brol's back, the druid in his travel form, his sturdy stride carrying her steadily forward. Logash rode a strong, weathered horse, while Thargus sat tall on his ram, its hooves clattering on the cobblestones. Obviously, someone wants you dead, Logash, Thargus began, his tone blunt but concerned. And just as obviously, their failure thus far to send you to the clay will enrage them. I'm guessing they'll expect you to travel from Menethil Harbor to Ironforge by sea or air, so we'll go by land. Logash glanced over at him. The more indirect land route through the wetlands will be safer? That, Thargus admitted with a grin. And sea and air travel makes me sick, but the longer route means we'll have to hurry. As their conversation carried on, Valeera sat quietly, fighting a private battle. The craving inside her is intensifying, sharp and unrelenting. Deep in the throes of arcane withdrawal, she found any source of energy that could sate her cravings increasingly difficult to resist. The pull was constant, dangerous, and growing stronger. They came to a halt near a small vendor stall. An old woman stepped forward, catching Valeera's eye. Her voice was enticing, her tone intriguing. I can see from your kit that you are a devotee of the dagger, young mistress. She held up a blade that gleamed faintly with an unsettling aura. This one is special, the woman continued. A fell dagger. Fell off a warlock's cart. For you, a mere 200 gold. The dagger glinted ominously as she handed it toward Valeera. The blood elf hesitated, her instincts conflicted. I don't... she started to say, her voice uncertain. But the moment her fingers brushed the hilt, an involuntary gasp escaped her lips. Oh, it's wonderful, she whispered, her voice trailing off, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. The lure of the dagger was unmistakable, its power both intoxicating and perilous, threatening to pull her deeper into the struggle between her strength and her addiction. Suddenly, Brol growled and broke into a sprint, forcing Valeera to cling tightly to his neck, her grip slipping slightly as his movements jolted her. Brol, stop! Wait! She called out, her voice tinged with frustration. We need to go back. I barely touched that dagger, and now I feel much better. Behind her, Thargus groaned from atop his ram as he tried to keep up with Brol, his voice cutting through the air. If I'd wanted to fly there, I'd have taken a griffin. The road through the wetlands wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the constant rain, and the crocolists, gnolls, murlocs, and oozes. But we should be safe for the moment, he added dryly. As Brol dashed ahead, Valeera held on for dear life, trying to keep steady as Logash and Thargus urged their mounts to keep pace. The narrow paths and swampy terrain of the wetlands stretched endlessly before them. The deeper they ventured into the wetlands, the more perilous the journey became. Without warning, a pack of raptors sprang from the underbrush, their screeches slicing through the damp air. Brol shifted seamlessly into his bear form, his claws flashing as he tore through the oncoming threat. Kale's teeth, Brol! You might have warned me, Valeera shouted, scrambling to adjust her perch as his back shifted with his transformation. Logash unsheathed his sword, cutting down raptors as they lunged, while Thargus swung his weapon with practiced ease, dispatching the remaining creatures. As the last raptor fell, Brol grumbled, his irritation evident. No one mentioned anything about raptors. Thargus wiped his weapon clean, a hint of humor in his voice. In oversight, he said. But they make good eating if you don't mind gamey meat. That's assuming, of course, that in this drizzle we can get a fire going. Later, as the group huddled around a struggling fire and cooked the raptor meat, Valeera sat apart, her arms crossed, her discomfort palpable. You'll feel better if you eat, Brol said, his voice gentle but firm. No, I'm not hungry, Valeera snapped, though her voice dropped to a mutter. If I had that dagger. Brol cut her off sharply. That dagger will not help you. Any more exposure to fell energy will only make your cravings worse. I know. It took me years to shake off its effects. Withdrawal from even that small taste will be difficult. There are herbs I can give you. I don't need herbs, Valeera retorted, her tone defensive. I can handle it. Quit badgering me, Brol. Just leave me alone. Rising abruptly, she stormed off to sit alone, though still within earshot of the others. Logash watched her retreat before glancing at Brol. Trouble? He asked quietly. Brol sighed deeply, his gaze lingering on Valeera. We night elves use only natural and divine magic and find the use of arcane, and especially fell energy, abhorrent. But the blood elves see it differently. Once the Sunwell was lost, they began to drain arcane magic from alternative sources. Most of Valeera's kind have been turned to fell energy, which burned life to create magic. It is destructive and ultimately corrupting. He paused, his tone heavy with concern. That is Valeera's legacy. She'll crave the darker forms of energy now that she's had a taste of it. Withdrawal is inevitable, and will be painful. It will be for the best if she gets through most of it out here, where there are no further temptations. Brol's gaze shifted back to Valeera, his worry clear in his eyes. She sat with her back turned, shoulders tense, trying to distance herself from her companions, but unable to escape her internal battle. The group pressed onward through the wetlands, their journey toward Ironforge fraught with tension. The air was heavy, not just from the lingering dampness of the swamp, but from a silence that felt unnatural. Logash scanned the terrain, his instincts on high alert. Something's wrong, Thargus. It's too quiet. This is a perfect setup for an ambush. Brol, in his bear form, let out a low growl, unable to do more to express his agreement. Valeera, riding on his back, added with a smirk. Brol agrees, though his shape limits further elaboration. Her voice softened as she muttered under her breath. Thank the sun. I'm totally sick of his lectures. The uneasy quiet shattered as Logash's voice rang out. Arrows incoming. Thick as rain. Move it! Thargus and Logash dove for cover, but Brol didn't hesitate. He lunged to shield Valeera, forcing her to the ground and taking the brunt of the arrows in his massive back. Above them, a voice echoed from the hill, commanding and cruel. Surrender or die where you stand. The voice belonged to a dark iron dwarf who revealed himself with a smug grin, his group of dwarves looming ominously behind him. Well, well, if it isn't Thargus Engelmar. What are you doing roaming the wetlands? Let me guess. You're trying to spy for old King Magni, like your worthless brother, and just as lousy at it. We've caught Hjalmar, and we have him under torture, squealing like a girl. But you're even more in Magni's confidence, and thus a greater prize. Thargus's face twisted in rage as he stepped forward, gripping his weapon tightly. Gunnar Flintrock, you wart on Modgood's backside. Where is my brother? Gunnar sneered, his grin widening. You'll join him soon, Anvilmar, in chains in a dark iron cell, if you live through the next few minutes. With a shout, Gunnar's group of dark iron dwarves charged down the hill atop their rams. Weapons gleamed in the gray light as Thargus and Logosh drew their blades, ready to meet the assault. Logosh barked an order over his shoulder. "Watch over Valeera, Brol. She can't fight as she is. Thargus and I will deal with these scum." Thargus fought with ferocity, his hammer crushing into one of the dwarves. "The world is in a sorry state when cowards like you, not fit to clean the boots of an Anvilmar, would dare hold one under torture." Blood splattered across his face as he pressed his attack. Nearby, Brol stood tall on his hind legs, roaring in his bear form as he faced 4 dark iron dwarves wielding axes. Valeera stayed close behind him, her hands gripping her daggers tightly. "Don't worry, Brol, I'll guard your back, as you guard mine," she called out, trying to steady her shaking hands. But the withdrawal from the arcane energy she craved had sapped her strength and focus. Her aim was unsteady, her reaction slowed. As one of the dark irons raised an axe to throw at Brol's exposed back, Valeera reacted instinctively. She hurled her dagger, but her aim faltered. The blade missed its mark, and the dwarf's axe flew true, sinking deeply into Brol's back. "No!" Valeera gasped, horror filling her eyes as Brol let out a pained roar, stumbling under the impact. Blood soaked his fur as the battle raged on, and Valeera realized the gravity of her weakened state. The fight may have been nearly over, and the price of her struggle with withdrawal had just made it far more dangerous for all of them. The battle was swift and brutal, leaving little room for hesitation or mercy. When it ended, Brol lay face down, an axe embedded in his back, blood pooling beneath him. Thargus, seeing the carnage, turned his attention to Gunnar, his voice filled with grim determination. "Valeera, see to Brol. I'll deal with this wretch," he commanded, striding toward the wounded dark iron dwarf. Gunnar, battered and bleeding from his facial wounds, struggled to lift himself off the ground. His arms trembled, barely able to keep him on his hands and knees. Suddenly, Thargus shoved him onto his back, looming over him with a dark, menacing expression. Thargus growled, "The rest of your company is dead, dark iron scum." He spat on the ground beside Gunnar. "Now, tell me where to find my brother." The defeated dwarf let out a wet, gurgling laugh, blood staining his teeth. "Andalspan," Gunnar rasped, the words laced with defiance. "Why don't you go there, Thargus, so they can capture you as well? You and Hjalmar, last males of your bloodline, when you're both dead? Anvilmar's finished." His voice faltered, a choking cough cutting his speech short as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Good ridden," he muttered before death silenced him. Nearby, Brol groaned deeply, his pain evident as Logosh carefully removed the arrows from his bear form. "You've always made a fine pincushion, Brol," Logosh remarked, his tone light but edged with concern. "Still, this must be some kind of record." "Don't joke, Logosh," Valeera interjected, her voice trembling with worry and guilt. She knelt by Brol's side, her hands hovering as if unsure how to help. In his druid form, Brol could have called down lightning, but he stayed in bear form to shield me, and I was shaking so hard I couldn't throw straight. I'm sorry, Brol. I'll do whatever you tell me to get better. Just, please don't die." Brol's growls softened and Logosh offered a reassuring grin. "He'll live, Valeera, if only for the pleasure of lecturing you further." With the last arrow removed, Brol shifted back into his night elf form, his face lined with pain but resolute. "With the arrows removed, I can heal myself," he said, his voice steadier now. "I'll be sore, but I just wish I could help you as easily." His gaze fell on Valeera, his concern evident. Thargus broke the silence, his tone clipped and practical. "Ironforge is still several days distant, but if we move fast..." "We're not going to Ironforge, Thargus," Logosh interrupted, his voice firm. "We're going to find your brother." Thargus hesitated, his loyalty to King Magni conflicting with his desire to save his kin. "I appreciate that, Logosh, but King of Stormwind or no, I follow Magni's orders." Logosh's determination didn't waver. "Then come along to protect us while we rescue Hjalmar. I won't leave my old teacher in the hands of torturers." Brol, leaning on his staff, smirked despite his exhaustion. "Give it up, Thargus. You can't budge Logosh once he's set on a course. He may really be king." As the group pressed on through the wetlands, their journey to Thandalspan took a sinister turn. From the shadows, a blood elf warlock emerged, his robes billowing as if carried by an unseen wind. His eyes locked onto Valeera with a predatory glint. "You keep strange company, blood elf, for one of our own," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Stepping closer to her, he sneered. "Ah, I see you're still a child. Hungry, but as yet uncorrupted. Valeera stiffened as the warlock leaned in, his tone turning almost mocking. I shall change that. You'll thank me in time. Can you feel it, elf child? The fell energy you've already tasted, the sweetness it offered. Yes, I can sense your desire, and I am merciful. You shall have what you crave. His voice darkened as he raised his hand, power crackling in the air. I cast upon you the mark of Cothran Atir. May you gaze unending into the dark heart of the twisting nether. A wave of dark energy surged toward Valeera, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest as agony tore through her. Curled up, she writhed in pain, her cries piercing the tense silence. No! Brol roared, shifting out of his cheetah form, his fury palpable. The warlock smirked, turning his attention to the rest of the group. Now, for the rest of you, I am Vendalin Soulfire. To face me is to know fear. With a sneer, he cast a fear spell, sending Logash's and Thargus' mounts into a frenzy. Control your steed, Thargus. Force him to stand and fight. Logash shouted, trying to calm his own panicked horse. I'm trying, Logash, but his spell's too powerful. Thargus yelled back, struggling to steady his ram. Brol glanced at Valeera, his expression grave. Too late. The monster has poured his foul magics through the floodgates of Valeera's soul. Her weakened state made her more vulnerable to his curse. His anger simmered, his hands glowing as he prepared to retaliate. Then we'll make certain that he dies, here and now, Logash declared, his voice brimming with determination. Summoning the natural world's fury, Brol raised his arms. Winds, come, and sweep this stinking monster into the void. He's a powerful warlock, but he's only one, and we are many. A twisting cyclone descended upon Vendalin, tearing through the landscape with raw force. The warlock merely laughed, his voice dripping with malevolence. You are already undone. I was forewarned of your alliance and came prepared to deal with such minor distractions. His hands glowed with dark energy as he unleashed a spell so potent that whatever it touched withered and died. Realizing the danger, Brol's eyes widened in horror. Run! As you value your lives, run! He yelled, scooping Valeera into his arms and sprinting away from the deadly spell. Logash ran beside him, his voice filled with urgency. What? Why are we running? Brol's reply came between labored breaths, his face set in grim determination. He's sacrificing the living essence all around him. He's conjuring a doom guard. The group fled through the wetlands, their mission momentarily set aside as the warlock's dark summoning began to reshape the battlefield into a place of dread and death. The fight for survival was far from over. Vendalin Soulfire stood at the center of his chaos, his cruel voice cutting through the air like a blade. The Night Elf and Dwarf are yours, my pet, to do with as you choose. The human is mine. His hand extended toward Logash, and a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him. Vendalin sneered, delighting in the suffering. Writhe, little mortal. Your death is for my profit, but your pain is for my pleasure. Thargus struggled in the grip of the Doomguard that loomed above him. Even in its clutches, he shouted, I'd say your unseen enemy is employing a better grade of assassin, Logash. The warlock's gloating was short-lived. Through sheer willpower and the rage to protect his friends, Logash fought back against the agony. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, drawing his sword with determination etched into every movement. Then I hope you've enjoyed the pleasure, monster, because you won't live long enough to see the profit. Only your own death. Vendalin's confidence cracked as he watched Logash stand. That's impossible, he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Nearby, Brol invoked the forces of nature, his voice commanding and steady. Plants of the earth, rise up and snare the demon. Pull it beneath your swampy waters and tear it to pieces. Vines erupted from the wet ground, wrapping around the Doomguard, weakening its hold on Thargus. Logash didn't hesitate. Brol, grab Thargus from the demon's hand before he's pulled down with it, he ordered, his blade flashing as he severed the Doomguard's head with a single, precise strike. The colossal demon collapsed, defeated. Turning his fiery gaze to Vendalin, Logash didn't waste a moment. Before the warlock could fully process what had just occurred, Logash's blade found its mark again, slicing Vendalin's head from his body in one smooth motion. You said it yourself, Vendalin. To face me is to know fear. As night fell, the group found a place to rest, the battle's toll visible on each of them. Valeera lay cradled in Brol's arms, her face pale and her breaths uneven. Brol spoke softly, trying to reassure her. Rest easily, Valeera. The Blood Elf Warlock is no more. Valeera let out a weak groan, her voice trembling. It doesn't matter. I feel sick, and something dark still calls to me. I can hear it, feel its fell energy crawling like maggots through my soul. Suddenly, she pushed herself away from Brol's arms, her voice growing more frantic. Put me down, Brol, don't touch me! She staggered to her feet, tears streaming down her face. I'm too befouled, too filthy to bear it. Look at my hands, at the foul runes scrawled across them. Don't let my fate be sealed by this fell curse. Brol, please, by all that is holy, help me. Brol stood, his expression resolute despite the sorrow in his eyes. I'll do all I can, Valeera. When days to come, it may be bitter. You have my promise. His voice carried the weight of his conviction, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead to save his friend. Sheltering in a damp cave, Brol and Valeera sought a moment of respite as Thargus and Logosh went ahead to investigate Thandal's Span. The air was heavy with tension as Valeera voiced her guilt. I feel unclean, and I hate that you're left to nursemaid me, she said softly, sitting against the cool stone wall. Brol knelt beside her, offering a cup of herbal brew. Drink this. It might help a bit. Valeera shook her head, frustration evident in her voice. I'm no good for anything right now. I can hardly stand, much less fight. You were attacked with fell energy, Brol reminded her gently. Until it's out of your system. She interrupted him, her voice tinged with fear. But Brol, that monster saw what I was. He knew what I wanted, what I still want. Brol met her gaze, his tone filled with understanding. You're a blood elf, Valeera. Vendalin recognized you instantly, and his curse upon you was his weapon. Those runes you bear are the scars of your battle, more painful than any sword cut, and more difficult to heal. Listen to me. When a demon attacked me, I too blamed myself, and wasted years in useless self-recrimination. Don't you do that. What happened to you matters, but how you deal with it matters more. And you're no liability. Climb on my back, and we'll do some scouting of our own. As Brol shifted into his flight form, Valeera climbed onto his back, her voice trembling as they took to the skies. It was my fault, Brol. You warned me, but I touched that fell dagger anyway. The merest brush, and it felt wonderful. She paused, staring at the horizon as they flew. I craved the fell energy the warlock offered. Only, it wasn't what I thought it would be. And now, I'm scared. Of what I am, and what I could become. After some time in the air, the pair approached Thandal's Span. The towering bridge loomed before them, its massive chain links connecting the pillars to castle-like towers. Next to it stood the ruins of the destroyed First Bridge, a stark reminder of past battles. The herbs Brol had given Valeera began to take effect, and her strength was returning. Even in far Kalimdor, they tell the tale of how the Dark Irons destroyed one of the bridges. The second bridge still stands. It's beautiful, isn't it? Though the Dark Irons are said to be fighting to destroy it as well. Brol, is that smoke? Her keen eyes spotted a troubling sight ahead. As they flew closer, Valeera's sharp vision picked out details. It's some kind of machine. What is it? I'll bet you know, don't you? Oh, I wish your animal forms could talk, she muttered. Her gaze shifted, landing on a group of dwarves. And dwarves? Brol! Dark Irons by the look of them. But I thought the Alliance held the Thandal Span. Her voice grew more urgent as she spotted a bloodied, shackled figure stumbling into view. And they've got a prisoner, a Bronzebeard. Same big nose as Thargus. I'll bet that's his brother. She continued, her voice dropping. There's a wizard, too. I can see his dark aura. He must be their boss. And that thing beside him. Is that a fell hunter? It's suffused with fell energy. Brol, fly closer. Are those explosives? Her words were cut off as Dark Iron scouts spotted them, and arrows zipped through the air. We've been seen! Get out of here, Brol! She cried as they evaded the shots, flying as fast as possible to regroup with Logosh and Thargus. There are Dark Irons on Thandal's Span, led by a warlock carrying a horned helmet. Thargus' face darkened with rage as he cut her off. A Dark Iron warlock has taken my brother's helm? He'll pay dearly for that insult. Valeera continued despite his interruption. There was also a rusty old machine belching steam. It looked like they were offloading explosives, and we saw a Bronzebeard in chains. He must be Hjalmar. The Dark Irons saw us, Logash. I'm sorry. That will make them wary. Brol added, a note of regret in his voice. Logash was undeterred. We may get lucky. They could be watching the skies while we kill their scouts and sentries as we go in. As the group readied their mounts, Thargus spoke, his tone resolute. An impostor sits on the throne of Stormwind, Logash. In return for your help here, I pledge my aid in routing the usurper and destroying those behind him. Logash nodded. I thank you, my friend. I fear the usurper could threaten my son. Thargus reassured him. King Magni will assure himself of Anduin's safety, Logash. The group finally reached Thandal Span, where the Dark Irons had established sentry posts atop the towers and at both ends of the bridge. From their vantage point, Logash surveyed the area with a grim expression. They'll need time to pull their men from the towers, he observed. We move in now, but we'll need cover. Brol nodded and prepared to summon nature's aid. Fog, he said decisively. Dense, creeping in slowly, followed by wind and driving rain. As Logash started down the hill, he turned back in a firm warning. Just keep it subtle, Brol. No lightning, he added quickly, remembering the explosives. Brol chuckled despite the tension. I hear you, my friend. The ancients forbid we aid the Dark Irons and blow up the bridge ourselves. His humor did little to lift the mood, but his fog began to roll in, cloaking their approach. Logash turned to Valeera, concern in his eyes. You're staying here, you're not ready. But Valeera refused to be left behind. I won't wait. I won't be left behind again, she said with determination. Brol's herbal potion worked wonders. I'm fine now. Logash disagreed, but Brol placed a reassuring hand on Valeera's shoulder. She's not fully recovered, he said, meeting Logash's gaze. But leaving her alone here would be riskier. Joining the fight will give her focus beyond her own pain. She's earned the right. Shrouded in the thick fog Brol conjured, the group moved stealthily onto the bridge, silently dispatching several Dark Irons along the way. Suddenly, Valeera's senses sharpened as she felt an ominous presence. Fell energy ahead, she warned, glancing around. The fog was dispersing, and she realized the warlock must have used a fell hunter to counter Brol's spell. So much for secrecy, Thargus grunted, gripping his weapon as he prepared for a fight. The battle erupted with chaos. Brol shifted into his bear form, swiping through Dark Iron soldiers. Valeera drew her dagger and charged alongside him, her movements quick and precise. Above the noise, the warlock's voice rang out. Take them alive! We'll burn their secrets from them. Logash tightened his grip on his sword. Now we must trust to sinew and steel, and do some serious killing. Thargus, go! Find your brother in the tower. For Anvilmar! Death to the Dark Irons! Thargus bellowed, charging forward. The warlock surveyed the chaos, frustration creeping into his tone. A Bronzebeard, he snarled. And several of my fighters have already fallen. These warriors might prevail, even against the might of the Dark Iron clan. He raised his arms, summoning a monstrous weapon. Golem, arise and defend. Logash took charge. Brol, take Valeera and handle the others. The golem is mine, he ordered, his confidence unwavering. He quickly learned, however, that the war machine was a formidable opponent. Even you are not a match for a war golem's fist, my friend, Thargus called out. But the Dark Irons themselves have provided the key to our victory. He climbed into one of the Dark Iron siege engines, using its weapons against the golem. With a blast from its cannon, the golem was felled, the explosion leaving a gaping hole in the tower. Inside, Thargus called out to his brother, Hjalmar, hold on, I'm coming! Meanwhile, Logash's focus was broken by a horrifying sight. Valeera had lost control, tearing into the fell hunter with primal ferocity. Blood smeared her mouth as she ripped a chunk of its flesh with her teeth. Valeera, no! Brol roared, pulling her back. Why so angry, Brol? She snapped, her voice unnervingly gleeful. The Magic Eater is dead. Now your spells will work! Brol's anger was palpable. You know you shouldn't have. She's right, Brol, Logash interrupted. Summon the rain. Soak their powder. We can discuss her behavior later. Inside the tower, Thargus found his brother tied to the explosives, his arms suspended over his head. The warlock stood nearby, sneering. Thargus Anvilmar, you're just in time. Before I kill you, you can watch as I drive a fire spell through the crown of the Anvil Mars, fusing it to your brother's face. He'll die the last patriarch of the Anvil Mars, and you'll die the last Anvilmar of all, cursing my name." Thargus didn't hesitate. Charging forward, he roared, "Think more and talk less, wizard." With a single strike, he severed the warlock's hand, silencing him. Rushing to free Hjalmar, Thargus reassured his brother, "I'll have you out in a moment." "Forget me," Hjalmar rasped weakly. "Bridge. Threatened. It's under control, Hjal. Even now, the explosives outside are being destroyed. Thandal's span is saved," Thargus said confidently. But the warlock, clinging to life, used his final moments to ignite the dynamite. Hjalmar, seeing this, said, "Not yet," as he pushed Thargus out of the way and took the bulk of the explosion, protecting his brother. Thargus stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon the scene before him. "Hjalmar?" A cry escaped his lips like a broken echo, filled with raw pain. His gaze shifted to the warlock, who still clung feebly to life. Thargus' grief quickly turned to rage, and with a single decisive swing of his mighty axe, he ensured the fiend would never draw breath again. "Hjalmar!" Thargus roared as he dropped to his knees beside his dying brother. His trembling hands grasped Hjalmar's bloodied form. "Why?" he choked, his voice breaking under the weight of his sorrow. Hjalmar's breath was labored, each word a struggle, yet his tone remained steady. "I had to stop him," he murmured, the faintest trace of a wry smile flickering across his face. "Seemed like a good idea. A moment ago. The helm of the Anvil Mars is now yours. Wear it bravely. Save Thandal Span." With those final words, Hjalmar's body went still, his life slipping away like a whisper on the wind. Thargus clenched his brother's lifeless form, his grief reverberating through the silence that followed. In that moment, the weight of Hjalmar's sacrifice, and the duty now resting on Thargus' shoulders, pressed down upon him like a mountain. His grief now mingled with determination, placed the helm of the Anvil Mars on his head. The weight of his brother's legacy and his clan's honor rested squarely on his shoulders. "It shall be saved," he whispered, his voice resolute. Then with a roar that echoed across the battlefield, he stood tall. "I, Thargus, last of the Anvil Mars, do swear it." Outside the tower, the remaining Dark Irons regrouped, their numbers closing in on Brol, Valeera, and Logosh. One of them sneered, "Where's the Bronzebeard? I want to see him die." Their question was swiftly answered as Thargus leaped from the tower with an enraged battle cry. "Here, Dark Iron, see me and die. For Anvilmar, for Hjalmar, for my brother." Thargus tore into their ranks with fury and precision, his blows landing with deadly accuracy. Driven by a newfound focus, he cut down Dark Iron after Dark Iron. But as he fought, the Dark Irons managed to activate their siege engine. The massive war machine roaring to life, the tide threatened to turn until, with a deafening boom, the engine was obliterated by a well-aimed cannon shot from an approaching airship. The airship, emblazoned with a Bronzebeard banner, swooped low as its gunners fired upon the remaining Dark Irons, swiftly finishing them off. Relief spread across the battlefield as the airship landed and none other than King Magni Bronzebeard descended to meet the group. Magni's expression was grim as he clasped Thargus' hand. "So, Hjalmar is dead. It was your brother's warning that brought me to Thandal Span. I am sorry, Thargus." Thargus, wearing his brother's helm with pride and sorrow, responded. "It was his last act of heroism that saved the bridge from destruction." Magni nodded solemnly. "Nevertheless, I can see that without your intervention, we would have arrived too late. I seem to remember ordering you to take your charge to Ironforge," he said, his gaze turning toward Thargus. Before Thargus could answer, Logosh stepped forward, his tone steady and commanding. "That was my doing. I ordered Thargus to bring me here instead. Hjalmar was my old teacher. I couldn't leave him in Dark Iron hands, nor could I let Thandal Span be destroyed." His words made it clear that Thargus was not to be blamed. "How did it happen that the bridge was left undefended and fell to the Dark Irons while I was away?" he asked pointedly. "That is but one of the things we need to find out," Magni said, his voice heavy with concern. Then after a pause, he added with quiet gravity, "Your doppelganger in Stormwind has been remarkably ineffective in his brief tenure. I am addressing King Varian, I presume?" Logash met his gaze, the weight of his true identity lingering in the air as the group prepared for the next steps in their journey. The return of King Magni Bronzebeard and his dwarves was a significant occasion, but the true spectacle was the group accompanying him, the human warrior and the two mysterious elves who had played a crucial role in saving the Thandal span. When the Zeppelin docked and the group began their descent, the crowd's murmur shifted into audible whispers. "There's the human between Magni and Thargus. Looks a lot like King Varian of Stormwind. The female, surely she's not a blood elf. She should be drawn and quartered, not welcomed into Ironforge." The group moved forward, led by Logash and Magni, with Thargus steadfastly at their side. Brol and Valeera trailed slightly behind, their expressions a mix of caution and fatigue. Magni broke the silence as they walked. "Varian, Until I reveal myself, King Magni, perhaps it would be best if I remain Logash, a simple gladiator." Logash interrupted. Magni huffed. "Hardly simple. Still, until we know more about the impostor who sits on your throne, you may be right. Rumors are already abroad in the land. You have an enemy somewhere, Logash, who understands your significance and has sought to terminate you more than once." As they passed through the bustling streets, Magni's voice dropped. "I spoke with the trusted guard, Windsor. He's been investigating the matter of your doppelganger in Stormwind." Logash nodded thoughtfully. "Windsor's a good man, a loyal friend. We studied swordcraft together, though the hammer proved to be his favored weapon." Magni grunted in agreement. He began to suspect that an imposter, perhaps even a dragon, had taken Varian's form. He planned to do a bit of digging. Like me, Windsor was troubled by the king's odd passiveness. Behind them, Valeera shifted uncomfortably. "I feel hungry," she muttered. Brol glanced at her. "There will be a feast soon." Her voice dropped to a strained whisper. "It's not food I want." The fell energy coursing through her veins was relentless, a gnawing hunger that refused to be sated. She clenched her fists, trying to suppress the growing craving. Brol's gaze turned somber. "I know, Valeera. You crave the energy of magic. Arcane, fell, it doesn't matter. Until the fell energy is out of your system, you'll do anything to feed your addiction. I fear you will face increasingly terrible pangs as you withdraw." Suddenly, Valeera's eyes narrowed as she caught sight of a figure moving purposely through the crowd. A guard, his hand clenched around a blade glowing faintly with arcane energy, was advancing toward Logash. Her breath hitched as her addiction and instincts collided. "Brol, the human, his hand, can't you see it? Sharp and dangerous, pointed at Logash's back, and burning with arcane energy. I must have it." Without hesitation, Valeera unsheathed her daggers and leapt forward, landing squarely on the guard's back. Her blades found their mark, and the man let out a pained yell. The commotion brought Logash's attention to the scene. "Valeera, what?" he exclaimed, his hand instinctively going to his weapon. "Who has dared to wound me? You're no demon. I will kill you first, insolent young elf." The human roared as his form began to shift. Flesh gave way to scales and his body expanded into a colossal black dragon. "A black dragon! Suffer and perish!" Valeera snarled, daggers flashing as she prepared to strike. The dragon reared back, fire building in its throat before it unleashed a torrent of flame. Valeera reacted swiftly, summoning a shield of fell energy to protect herself. But before she could charge, Brol grabbed her and pulled her behind him. "Valeera, get back!" he shouted, raising his hands to the sky. "I call upon lightning and storm to strike." "Grab Valeera, Brol. I'm on it." Logash's voice cut through the chaos as he hurled an axe with unerring precision. The weapon struck true, embedding itself in the dragon as lightning crackled around it. Roaring in pain, the dragon took to the skies, leaving a smoldering crater in its wake. "You can turn off the taps, Brol. It's over," Logash said. Brol lowered his hands, the storm dissipating. But the danger was far from over. Valeera lunged at Brol, clawing at his face. "Garam Hagul! Arul Sach Kyan!" she screamed, her voice guttural and feral. Brol held her back, careful not to harm her. "Logash, she's gone mad. Help me, I don't want to hurt her." Logash moved swiftly, grabbing Valeera and pulling her away. She collapsed into unconsciousness, her body finally succumbing to exhaustion. "She's passed out," Logash said. Brol's face was grim. "Did you hear her? She was cursing the dragon, cursing me in Eredun." "The language of the Burning Legion? But how?" Logash asked, his brow furrowed. Brol shook his head. "We'll need to pursue that inquiry later. For now, it's clear the Black Dragons are involved in these assassination attempts." Back in Ironforge, Magni gathered the group for a meeting. Marshal Windsor has been taken by the Dark Irons and is being held in Blackrock Depths, he announced. The fact that Windsor was taken suggests he was on the right path. We need to rescue him and find out what he's learned, Thargus said. Blah, blah. Less talk, more action. When do we leave? Valeera demanded, her impatience obvious. Magni's expression was stern. We don't even know if he's still alive, Valeera. There's only one way to find out. I think it's hero time again, Logosh, Thargus said, looking toward the warrior. The entrance to Blackrock Depths will be well guarded, but a small party using a stealthy approach might be able to enter undetected. Stealth is my middle name, Valeera said, eager to get moving. You're not coming, Valeera, Logosh said firmly. What? We've been through this before, Logosh. It's like Anduin said. You need me. My actions revealed the Dragon Assassin. I know you're worried about this fell energy garbage, but I have it under control. Brol, tell him, she pleaded fiercely. Brol's voice was resolute. Fell and arcane artifacts are scattered throughout Blackrock Depths, Valeera. In your unbridled hunger for darker forms of energy, you would reach out for them and betray our need for secrecy. Grabbing her arm gently, Brol said, Valeera, you couldn't help yourself. You cursed an Eredun. At the very least, that tells me you're beyond our help until the fell energy has left your system. Turning her to face him, Brol continued, Magni will keep you safely in a chamber until your craving for fell energy has subsided and you're yourself again. Until then, you're a danger to everyone. Yourself most of all. Valeera's face twisted in anger. That's not fair. It isn't my fault. I was attacked. This isn't about fault or blame, Valeera. Back in the wetlands, I promised to help you. Now that you've come so far down the fell path, this sanctuary is the only help I can offer, Brol said with fatherly compassion. Reluctantly, Valeera was placed in a sanctuary atop a tower overlooking the center of Ironforge. She paced the room, her frustration boiling over. I hate this. No herbal draft could dull this pain. They don't care about me, she cried. They're just abandoning me without a backward glance. I could have held it together if only they'd let me have a small taste of... Who am I kidding? Brol's right. They're all right to leave me. I would betray them. It's so unfair. I can't stand being cooped up here, but I'll escape. Go after them. If I don't get free, I think I'll truly die. In a fit of rage, she hurled a bowl of Brol's brew at the wall. The shattering sound echoed through the chamber. I don't want your stupid draft, Brol. You shouldn't have left me here. You shouldn't. Her voice broke into a whisper as tears streamed down her face. Why does everyone always leave me? A voice interrupted her thoughts. My poor daughter. How dare he punish you in this fashion? After all you did to save him and the others, to have imprisoned and abandoned you? She turned, her eyes wide. Papa, she said softly. Her mother's voice joined in, sharp and cruel. That night elf scum is arrogant and without honor, like all of his kind. And the human and dwarf are no better. You see how they repay your sacrifice? How they disparage you and try to twist you into something you are not. And now you cringe, whimpering for him. You are worthy only of our contempt. No, I'm not. I'll be brave, I promise. Just don't go. Valeera cried, stumbling toward them. The sensation of falling hit her, icy wind rushing past as she plummeted. The ground loomed closer, and when she hit, pain shot through her body. Her parents' voices echoed in her head. The world is corrupt and broken, daughter, like you, her father said. And like you, it can only be healed by death. The death of all who live. So come, join us, and let the world begin anew, her mother added. No, another voice thundered. Be gone. Do not listen to them, child. They are not what they seem. Valeera's voice was weak. Egwin? I'm cursed. Aren't I? Yes, child. With the runes of Vendalin's evil desire scrawled across your skin, the demon of the Burning Legion strives to possess you. I have not the power to dispel his influence completely, but I can help you fight his efforts to control you, Egwin said. Why me? The eternal question, my child. That is but one of many answers you must discover. But always remember, Valeera, that you are not alone. There are those who truly care for you and will aid you in your struggles. They will not abandon you, whether you would have it so or not, and neither will I. When Valeera awoke, her voice was a whisper. Logash? Brol. Aegwynn. Seeing her friends return, she ran to greet them. Logash! Brol! I knew you'd come back for me. I'm okay now. The runes are gone. It was hard, Brol, but your drafts helped so much. King Magni says I can go with you if you know who the dragon is. Running and jumping into Brol's arms, she hugged him tightly. Brol smiled warmly. We know. Marshal Windsor and Logash rode atop noble steeds. Targus sat astride a sturdy ram, its thick coat a testament to its mountain origins, while Valeera perched lightly atop Brol, who had assumed his travel form as a sleek and powerful cheetah. The group's approach was a sight to behold, each member exuding determination as they advanced together. The immense walls and fortifications stood as a testament to the city's might, designed to intimidate and repel invaders. Yet this group harbored no hostile intent. Armed with Marshal Windsor's revelations, they bore critical knowledge. A black dragon was plotting to usurp the throne of Stormwind. I still say a clandestine approach to Stormwind Keep would have been safer, Logash, Targus muttered, his tone tinged with apprehension. Logash replied with unwavering resolve. Safer, perhaps, but a public spectacle will force the dragon into the open and expose the fraud who dares wear my crown. My double will be unmasked for all to see. As they passed through the gates, Valeera's attention was drawn to 4 statues, 2 humans, a blood elf, and a dwarf, standing solemnly in tribute. What are those statues? She asked, her curiosity evident. Logash answered, his voice carrying a note of reverence. They are a tribute, Valeera, to the valiant who sacrificed their lives to ensure Stormwind's survival. Targus exhaled sharply. If we don't succeed in this endeavor, we could well be joining them. Suddenly, the blaring of trumpets filled the air as guards began mobilizing toward the group. With Logash being the true Varian, the group was led into the city and toward the keep where his impostor slumbered. A piercing voice echoed from a balcony above. General Jonathan, seize the arrogant deceiver and worthless traitor who rides with him. Toss him and his party into the deepest dungeon to await execution. The group looked up to see a woman standing beside the impostor Varian, her tone dripping with authority. As the group halted in front of the balcony, a guard approached. He was tall, with short red hair, a beard, and the robust frame of a seasoned soldier. Logash stepped forward, his voice commanding. Tread softly, Marcus. Despite what you have been told, I am Varian, the true king of Stormwind. Our kingdom is threatened by a black dragon masquerading as a human, and that man on the balcony who pretends to be your king is an imposter. The guard Marcus hesitated, his gaze flickering toward Windsor. Walking up to him, he met Windsor's eye and spoke evenly. Reginald, you know that I cannot let you pass. Windsor's voice was steady, filled with conviction. Marcus, we served together under Turallion. Do you truly believe I would harm our alliance? Lady Prestor is a black dragon, Marcus. I don't know about the man who calls himself Varian, but I swear to you, the warrior beside me is our true king. Arrest them, Marcus, I command it! What are you waiting for? Lady Prestor yelled from the balcony, her voice sharp with impatience. Marcus turned back to Windsor and Logash, his expression conflicted. Finally, his resolve hardened. You would not lie, he said quietly. Turning to his men, he declared, It is as Windsor says, let them pass, and may the light guide your hand. As they entered the throne room, weapons drawn, Logash's voice resonated through the wall. The masquerade is over, Lady Prestor. His hands gripped his swords tightly. Or should we address you by your true name, Onyxia? Marshal Windsor added. Lady Prestor's laughter was low and menacing as she began her transformation. Her wings unfurled and her voice dripped with disdain. You're a useless pawn, Varian, she sneered, striking Varian with a force that sent him crashing into a wall. Far more trouble than any human I've encountered. As her body transformed, her flesh became scales, her eyes burned yellow, and her true form was revealed for the first time for all to see. Logash rose, his resolve unshaken. That, dragon, is because you haven't yet dealt with me. Onyxia hissed, her tone venomous. You think yourself a match for me? Foolish mortal. But I will deal with you now. Permanently. Get her, Logash commanded. But Valeera's eyes had caught something unsettling. The guards, they're not human, she exclaimed. Windsor's voice was grim as he confirmed her observation. The girl's right. They're dragon spawn. Kill the interlopers. Defend our mistress. One dragon spawn roared as chaos erupted. The throne room became a battlefield. Blades clashed against claws, and the sound of roars and cries filled the air as the group fought valiantly against the dragon spawn. Varian, thrown hard against the wall by the force of Onyxia's strike, groaned as he struggled back to his feet. His vision swam for a moment, but his resolve hardened. Gripping his swords tightly, he shouted, "I don't know what the hell is going on, but I do know this. I'll play the dragon's dupe no longer." With a surge of strength, he charged back into the fray, his strikes precise and fueled by anger. Amidst the chaos, Brol bellowed, "The dragon belches fire and lava," as he hoisted a dragon spawn into the air. Onyxia's flames incinerated the creature without hesitation. Logash's voice rang out grim and sharp, "And doesn't care if she incinerates one of her own, provided we perish as well." Thargus, undeterred, let out a battle cry and charged toward Onyxia with his axe raised high. Brol, shifting into his bear form, roared as he surged forward in support, his massive frame moving like an unstoppable force, ready to meet the dragon head-on. "Valeera, get back!" Thargus bellowed. "You're unarmored and your daggers won't even scratch a dragon's hide." Valeera's voice was defiant. "Not her hide, her eyes, Thargus," she shouted, attempting to maneuver for a strike. But Onyxia's fiery breath surged toward her. In a split second, Brol leaped in front of the flames, shielding her with his massive frame. "Brol, no!" Valeera cried as he pulled her to safety. Amidst the chaos, Windsor called out to Bolvar Fordragon, "Welcome to the fight. As you can see, Lady Prestor is no more. May I introduce you to the Black Brood Queen herself, Onyxia." Bolvar joined the fray, cutting down dragon spawn with practiced precision. "You might have warned me, Reginald," he shouted, frustration laced in his voice. Windsor's reply was strained. "Too dangerous for a dragon. The dragon's spies were everywhere. Even those closest to the king were under her sway." Onyxia's gaze locked onto Windsor. Her voice carried a cruel satisfaction. "Windsor, you, at least, will not escape me." Flames engulfed him as her fire breath consumed him, his agonized cries echoing in the chamber. Witnessing Onyxia killing Windsor, Logash yells out, "Your mistress will pay for that death, Dragonspawn, with her life," as he strikes down more Dragonspawn in his way. "Hold on, Logash, we're coming!" Valeera cried, clutching tightly on Brol's fur as he barreled forward. His massive bear form a force of nature. Thargus ran alongside, his axe gleaming as he bellowed, "And we'll see how Onyxia fares against hardened dwarf weapons." But before they could reach the dragon, Onyxia beat her massive wings, taking to the air. She unleashed a torrent of fire from above, forcing the group to scatter as the flames scorched the ground. Amidst the chaos, a terrified cry rang out. "Father, help me!" Anduin shouted, running desperately from Onyxia. Before anyone could intervene, her claws snatched him from the ground. Hovering above, Onyxia sneered, her voice laced with malice. "He can't aid you, child. Neither of them can. I have a special welcome prepared for you at home. We'll soon test your mettle, and see if you are as much trouble as your maddening sire." "Anduin!" Logash's cry echoed as Onyxia ascended. "She's gone," Logash said bitterly, his fists clenched. Varian's face was pale but resolute. "And she's taken my son with her." The two Varians shared a grim look, their rivalry set aside by shared purpose. "I've begun to remember some of what happened to me while I was lost," Varian said, his voice low. "The tale involves treachery. And darkest sorcery," Logash added, his expression determined. Bolvar, standing nearby, nodded grimly. "No surprise there, considering that Onyxia is involved. Perhaps, once she is destroyed, one of you, the false Varian, will simply disappear." Valeera, her voice sharp, quipped, "We should be so lucky." Logash's tone was steady as he said, "Against that eventuality, let us compare memories as we journey to Onyxia's lair. We are linked in some way I do not understand, and together, we may hold the key to her destruction." With heavy hearts and renewed determination, the group prepared for their journey, knowing that Anduin's fate and the future of Stormwind hung precariously in the balance. The debate began with urgency. Anduin needed rescuing, and Windsor pointed them toward a lair near Theramore. Confident Jaina Proudmoore could reveal its exact location. Logash insisted Bolvar remain behind in Stormwind to govern during their absence, a decision Varian reluctantly supported. Bolvar hesitated but ultimately agreed. "Every guard has volunteered to ride with us, despite the danger. Let us be away," declared Varian with resolve. "I expect nothing less from Stormwind's finest. Board the Zeppelin, men. We sail with the evening breeze for Theramore Isle." Logash commanded, his voice rallying their spirits. As the Zeppelin ascended, a brewing storm darkened the horizon. The captain, eyeing the turbulent skies, announced his plan. We'll fly low and try to avoid the worst of it. Brol raised his staff, his tone steady yet strained. I'll do what I can to calm the winds and direct any lightning away from us, but... Thargus interrupted abruptly. I don't want to know, just hurry. Young Anduin's a fine lad, otherwise I'd never have opted to fly through a gathering storm halfway across the world. Amid the turbulence, Varian and Logash reflected on their past, trying to see what each one remembers, and if one can fill in the other's blanks. Varian shared his memories of the First War, the trickle of orcs that became a flood after Medivh, the guardian of Azeroth, betrayed humanity by opening the Dark Portal. Anduin, Lothar, and Khadgar had thwarted Medivh's plan, but at a heavy cost: the death of Medivh. Varian recalled the horror of his father's assassination by the half-orc Garona. Varian remembers Garona having tears in her eyes when she committed the act, and to this day doesn't understand why. After the war, the orcs destroyed Stormwind, forcing Anduin Lothar to escort Varian to safety in Lordaeron. Years later, crowned at 18, Varian threw himself into rebuilding his kingdom, fighting orc raiding parties and searching for Garona. Amid the chaos, he found love in Tiffin, and named their son Anduin after Lothar. But tragedy struck again. Upon returning from a raid, Varian discovered the Council of Nobles, influenced by Lady Prestor, had refused to pay the Stormmasons Guild for rebuilding Stormwind. The resulting riot claimed Tiffin's life when a rock struck her head. Her death shattered Varian, leaving him an empty shell, vulnerable to Prestor's manipulation. It was Anduin's unwavering presence that rekindled Varian's resolve. Gradually, his focus returned. At Anduin's urging, he reluctantly attended a peace conference in Theramore to meet Thrall, the orc leader. Leaving Prestor behind, Varian sought to see if peace could truly bridge the chasm between their peoples. But he never arrived in Theramore. From Varian and Logash's conversation, they realized that Defias hid among the crew and attacked Varian as he slept. Most likely, they drugged him and killed those loyal to him. After that, he just remembers waking on the island with hooded men and Naga around him. Then, before they could dive deeper into each other's memories, the storm worsened, and through its furious winds, black dragons emerged. Onyxia's minions, sent to destroy us, Varian roared. Then together, let us be certain the black-hearted witch regrets sending them to their deaths, Logash spat. Brol shifted into bear form ready to fight, but Valeera snapped. Brol, quit showing off and use your druidic magic to stop these monsters. We can't afford injuries. Reluctantly, Brol raised his staff, his grip tightening around it. However satisfying the battle is, you have a point, he admitted, his voice tinged with reluctance. Lifting his staff high, he called upon the elements with commanding force. Rise up, you churning clouds, lightning strike and incinerate our enemies. Seaweed, erupt from the ocean's depths and drag the drakes beneath the tumbling waves. At his command, the storm obeyed. Bolts of lightning crackled through the sky, striking with devastating precision. From the sea's depths, massive tendrils of seaweed surged upward, ensnaring the drakes as they screeched in fury, swallowing the writhing beasts whole, dragging them into the abyss where they would trouble the world no more. Varian gazed into the tempestuous sea. Onyxia will shed bitter tears when this news reaches her. Thargus's expression darkened. The blasted she-dragon has spies everywhere. She knows we're coming. I bet she's afraid. Valeera smirked. She's only toying with us, Valeera, Logash said, his eyes steely. But we will teach her fear. When she took my son, she sealed her fate. Upon reaching Theramore, Jaina Proudmoore greeted them. She noted with curiosity that if not for Logash's scar, he and Varian would look like identical twins, even sharing a similar aura of arcane sorcery. Meanwhile, Valeera spoke with Chancellor Egwin, recounting the dream she had at Ironforge while trying to fight through her fell cravings and get back to her normal self. I know what I said, child. I'm old, not senile, Egwin interrupted warmly. The danger to you is real and present, but I will help you as much as I can. Now come, we need to talk. The battle for Stormwind's future began in the depths of Onyxia's lair, the air thick with the scent of brimstone and fear. With Anduin held hostage by the Black Dragon, the group fought not just for victory but for vengeance. Fueled by their fury, warriors stormed through her Dragonspawn and Dragonwhelp defenders, their blades crackling with enchantments woven by Jaina Proudmoore. Varian and Logash's swords, infused with magic, cut through their enemies like fire through dry leaves. Jaina's sharp gaze caught sight of an ominous presence among Onyxia's ranks. Onyxia has a sorcerer, a powerful one, she called out. Brol and Valeera needed no further instruction, charging forward to cut down the spellcaster before he could turn the tide of the battle. With the sorcerer slain and Jaina freezing a path ahead, the warriors pressed on. Brol raised his staff high and called upon the power of the earth itself. Roots of the earth, hear me. The fiery enemy is within your grasp. Rise up and crush the dragon spawn. The ground obeyed, coming to life and ensnaring Onyxia's minions, ending the dragon spawn where they stood. But as the battle raged on, Anduin seized a fleeting opportunity to break free from Onyxia's clutches. His moment of freedom was short-lived. With a cruel laugh, she snatched him back, her voice dripping with venom. Now that you have performed a final service and brought your father within my grasp, 'tis time my newest hatchling should gorge on royal flesh. Jaina's mastery of magic shattered the arcane barriers guarding Onyxia's sanctum, allowing the group to charge in. Within, they found Anduin struggling in the dragon's grasp, her claws tightening as she taunted his father. Don't listen to her, father, Anduin cried out. She's using me to trick you. She's going to kill me anyway. Varian's answer was swift, his voice carrying the weight of unyielding resolve. Then we will die together, my son. Death to Onyxia! With all his might, he hurled a dagger at the dragon, aiming to loosen her grip. Anduin tumbled from her grasp, plummeting toward the ground below, straight into the path of awaiting dragon spawn. When he hit the ground, he thought he was a goner with the hatchlings around him ready to devour him alive. But before death could claim him, Brol, in his flight form, swooped in, snatching the prince from peril. Their escape, however, was short-lived. A blast of fire sent Brol crashing to the ground. Injured and unable to rise, he could do nothing as the dragon spawn closed in. Anduin, bruised but defiant, stood before them, shielding the druid with his small frame. The druid was injured in my service, and I will protect him with my life. To reach him, monsters, you'll have to go through me, he called out, wielding a rock as his only weapon. From behind, Thargus and Valeera arrived, the dwarf's gruff voice ringing with admiration. Brave speech from a lad whose only weapon is a rock. Foolhardy even. Reminds me of your father, both of them. Valeera, assessing the situation, smirked and handed Anduin a dagger. His name is Brol, and he'll be fine. I've seen him recover from far worse. Here, take one of my daggers. It's enchanted and far more lethal than that stone. As Brol regained his strength, he shifted into his bear form and charged alongside Thargus toward Onyxia, with Thargus calling back with his axe raised. Guard the prince, Valeera, while we slay the accursed dragon. Varian and Logosh fought as one, driving their blades into Onyxia's hide, but she called forth more of her brood surrounding them. How well do you think this ends for us? Varian muttered. Logosh smirked. Shut up and kill them faster. Brol, summoning his remaining strength, roared. Enough! Onyxia's brood serve only to distract us from our true mission. We must take this battle to its source. Rise up in wrath, you living roots beneath the soil. Show the dragon witch how the righteous earth itself abhors her treachery. The ground trembled as roots burst forth, ensnaring Onyxia and her minions. But Onyxia had one final trick. With a sinister incantation, she cast a powerful fear spell. Soldiers turned and fled in terror, their will sapped. Valeera and Thargus stood frozen, their bodies refusing to obey. Even Brol, mighty as he was, struggled against the enchantment. He urged the others to move in and take down Onyxia as he couldn't hold her in place much longer. Onyxia laughed, her voice dripping with arrogance. It is not I who will fall this day, but the royal house of Wrynn. And with great reluctance and regret, the Lady Prestor will become the regent and eventual ruler of Stormwind. I have always wanted my own kingdom. Her eyes gleamed with wicked delight as she began to cast a spell. One Varian knew all too well, the same spell that had once tore him in two. With a burst of strength, Varian pushed Logosh out of the way, allowing the spell to wash over him instead. Light and shadow danced around him as his fractured soul was made whole once more. He turned to Onyxia, standing taller, stronger, complete. Well done, Onyxia. Your fondest wish has come true. Varian Wrynn, King of Stormwind, and the lands beyond, stands before you. I am restored at last, and if you want my kingdom, you'll have to take it the old-fashioned way, with blood and iron. With one final charge, Varian leaped atop Onyxia's head. His sword, burning with the fury of his reclaimed destiny, plunged deep into her skull. The dragon screeched in agony, her reign of terror ending in a cascade of fire and shadow. As her massive form collapsed, the cavern trembled. Onyxia was dead. Stormwind's king had returned. The triumphant scene unfolded against the backdrop of Onyxia's fallen domain. Standing tall before the slain dragon, Varian addressed his warriors, his voice ringing with pride and gratitude. Warriors of Stormwind, the dragon is dead. You have earned the gratitude of your king, and for your bravery and devotion to your nation, you return to Stormwind as heroes. This triumph will honor your courage and the sacrifice of those who died in service to our land. Afterwards, a national party will celebrate our victory over Onyxia and the restoration of Stormwind's ruler, he proclaimed, flanked by his loyal companions and his soldiers standing at attention before him. With a swift motion, Varian lifted his blade and severed the dragon's massive head, its weighty thud marking the symbolic end of her terror. You will journey home with the proof of your victory. The dragon's head will decorate the castle's ramparts, as a tribute to your prowess and a warning to our enemies, he declared. The soldiers hoisted the dragon's grotesque trophy, bearing it away as Varian turned to his companions. I must return to Theramore for a short while, Thargus, but a zeppelin will transport our trophy back to Stormwind, along with our living heroes and the bodies of the honored slain. Thargus stepped forward, his voice laced with a somber resolve. I shall be leaving with them, Varian. Now that Anduin has been rescued and you've regained your throne and your true self, I must make arrangements regarding my brother's death and my own estates. With a firm handshake and an expression of gratitude, Varian replied, Then I thank you, Thargus, for your aid and for your friendship. If ever Stormwind can aid Anvilmar, you have but to ask. Nearby, Brol raised his hands, addressing the lingering menace. There is yet one bit of unfinished business before us. This evil fire and lava, the enemies of all that is green and growing, still want to be born. Arise, you roots! His voice thundered as massive roots burst from the ground. Roil the living earth and seal the opening. Destroy the dragon's unhitched progeny. The roots surged forward, smothering the eggs and ensuring Onyxia's brood would never rise. "'Tis done," Brol announced with a finality as the group turned to leave. Their journey led them through Dustwallow Marsh, the air humid and heavy. Varian, Jaina, and Anduin rode atop their mounts, while Valeera rested on Brol's back in his cheetah form. Ahead, a group of orcs marched in the distance, catching Anduin's attention. "Father, Jaina, look! Orcs!" Anduin exclaimed. "Leave your sword in its scarab, Varian," Jaina said, casting a sidelong glance at him. "As humans, we are as much guests on Kalimdor as the orcs are." Anduin, his curiosity piqued, observed the orcs closely. "I saw a captured orc when I was very young, Jaina. That orc looked sad, but these guys seem cool. Look how the kids are staring. Awesome. I bet they haven't seen many humans either." Jaina nodded thoughtfully. "That's likely. The orcs' new homeland is in the desert, up north in Durotar. I've made an alliance with their war chief, Thrall. In fact," she hesitated, gauging Varian's mood. "Varian, we could reschedule your summit with Thrall. The one Onyxia's machinations interrupted so many months ago." Varian's expression darkened. "Why bother, Jaina? What would be the point? The orcs burned Stormwind Keep and overran my country. I saw an orc assassin, a betrayer who pretended to be my father's friend, standing over his corpse. I didn't trust them from the beginning. I'm not going to start now." Jaina's tone grew more insistent. "The demons of the Burning Legion exploited the orcs and tricked them into invading Azeroth. It ended up destroying their world, just as the demons have tried for ages to twist and destroy us. They are the true enemies of both humans and orcs. I have trusted Thrall with my life. He thinks deeply, and he cares about his people. He wants to lead them to peace." Anduin leaned forward eagerly. "Meeting Thrall would be great, Dad. From what I've heard, he's extraordinary, and isn't establishing peace something a king should do, if he can?" Varian's voice sharpened. "You mean drag his people into peace, whether they want it or not. There's no longer outright war between orcs and humans, Anduin. What more can Thrall wish?" "If you talk to him, maybe you'll find out," Anduin countered with a grin. Valeera joined the discussion, her tone light yet pointed. "A meeting would also be about what you want, Varian. And isn't it wise for a king to know his enemies, real or otherwise?" Varian sighed, recognizing he was outnumbered. "All right. I can see I'm outnumbered here. I'll talk to him. To please Anduin, and because you ask it, Jaina." "And because Valeera's right," Anduin said with a grin. He turned to Anduin with a wry smile. "Don't make me regret rescuing you, son. I don't expect anything to come of such meeting. Still." He looked at Valeera and Brol. "Valeera, I offer you and Brol, formally, a permanent place at Stormwind." Anduin's eyes lit up. "Do it, Valeera! You could be bodyguards and advisors, and teach me how to throw daggers, and you tell Father and me the truth, even when we don't want to hear it.
It's one of those things kings need most. Valeera's face brightened. Of course we'll do it. Oh, Brol, isn't that wonderful? Brol let out a low growl, unimpressed in his travel form. Don't be such a grouch, Valeera teased. I haven't had a home since I was younger than Anduin. I'll finally belong. After their journey through the marsh, the group finally arrived back at Theramore Keep, where they were greeted by Aegwynn. Jaina wasted no time explaining her intentions. I will travel to meet with Thrall and discuss the possibility of a summit with King Varian to negotiate terms, she stated firmly. With a wave of her hand, Jaina cast her teleportation spell and disappeared, leaving the rest of the group to rest and recuperate at Theramore. For now, the weary travelers would take this brief respite, gathering strength for the challenges still to come. Before settling in for the night, the group gathered for a quiet meeting. Early the next morning, a sharp cry pierced the air, waking Valeera. She rushed to Brol's side, finding him tossing and turning in his sleep. Where are you? I can't see you. Lost. Brol called out, his voice thick with distress. Valeera's hand touched his forehead, relief flooding her as she realized it was just a nightmare. Brol, what is it? What's wrong? She asked, her voice trembling, but her words couldn't reach him. In desperation, she grabbed a bucket of water and splashed it onto his face. The druid's eyes snapped open as he shifted instinctively into his bear form, letting out a thunderous roar. Brol, no, it's me, Valeera! I couldn't wake you, I was worried you were sick or... She stammered, backing away. Realizing what had happened, Brol forced himself to calm down, shifting back to his usual form. And this is how blood elves awaken their sick? He teased with a slight grin. A bucket of water to their head? Valeera exhaled, her composure returning. Or trapped in the Emerald Dream. I didn't know what else to do. Brol nodded, his voice softening. Your instinct was good. I might quarrel with your method, though. I've learned there is trouble in Darnassus. Fandral Staghelm has summoned me home. Valeera's brows furrowed. Oh, when do we leave? We don't, Brol replied gently. Think, Valeera. Our peoples are not friends. Even if they were, you'd be bored to death at a formal druidic gathering. Your place is here, beside Varian and Anduin. Valeera folded her arms. You know, blood elves aren't usually friends with humans either. Ah, but we both know there's nothing usual about King Varian. Or his son. Something tells me Anduin may need you, Brol said, a knowing smile touching his lips. As the sun rose, Brol prepared to leave. I'm sorry, Varian, that I'll miss your summit with Thrall. Varian raised a brow. Right. If I didn't know better, I'd think you made up Fandral's summon just to get out of it. I'll miss your company, my friend, but nothing will come of this meeting but a long, meaningless blather. Brol glanced at Valeera. And Valeera? Varian smiled. I'll keep her safe until you return. Like I can't keep myself safe, Valeera retorted. Brol's expression grew serious. You understand, Valeera, this problem is serious. I may be gone for a while. Just don't do anything rash while I'm away. Valeera rolled her eyes, but softened. Me? You're the one who's traipsing off. No, all right, I hear you. I'll be careful, if you promise to be careful too. Varian spoke reassuringly. Until you return and beyond, Brol, Valeera has a home at Stormwind. Brol grinned faintly. Now all I have to worry about is whether your kingdom will survive Valeera. Shifting into his fly form, he spread his wings to leave. Anduin watched in awe. I've seen Brol shift shapes before, but it's always awesome, isn't it? That it is, son, Varian replied with a smile. Valeera's voice cracked as she called after Brol. Go on, Brol, I'll be fine. I'll see you when you get back. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to hold them in. Valeera, what's wrong? Anduin asked gently, placing a hand on her arm. Nothing. Everything. I just have this awful feeling I might never see him again. He wouldn't tell me, but I think what he needs to do is dangerous, and sometimes people don't survive, she said, her voice breaking. Varian's voice was firm but kind. Brol will, no matter what happens. He's too tough to kill. Now dry your eyes. It's time we went inside to prepare for this evening's summit. Later that night, Valeera sought solitude atop the wall, hoping the cool air would soothe her heart. You miss him already, a voice said behind her. She turned to see Aegwynn approaching. Brol has been father and teacher, brother and friend in one unlikely being. But in your life, you've seen centuries of loss. My sadness must seem trivial to you, Aegwynn, Valeera said, leaning against the wall. Aegwynn's tone softened. At one time it would have, but no more. Sorrow is the way of the world, child. I knew your ancestor Relfthra, an ancient high elf mage and a valued member of an order I once belonged to. Valeera's eyes widened. The Council of Tirisfal? I know. I found some secret records back when I was a child. An order of sorcerers founded by the High Elves to protect Azeroth from the demon invaders. When I was small, I wanted to grow up to be just like him. Aegwynn chuckled. Relfthra disapproved of me. He believed I was reckless. Really, I was an arrogant brat. But Relfthra was such a stick in the mud. At any rate, the council is no more, shattered by the passage of time. And trickery. Valeera's voice wavered. I don't have his gift. You have your own talent, Valeera, as your ability to ferret out the council's secret shows. But you also have your burdens. Now that Broll is gone, you must take even greater care. There are dark forces in the world and a demon who has tasted your soul, Aegwynn said. Valeera's gaze hardened. I know. I've learned the true cost of dark magic, and I have no further desire to partake of it. Truly, Aegwynn, you don't have to worry. Aegwynn gave her a faint smile before turning away, leaving Valeera to the solace of the night. The rain fell in torrents over Theramore's docks, churning up puddles and wetting the wooden planks as Thrall and his group arrived. Garrosh, unimpressed by the weather, eyed the storm with clear disapproval. An inauspicious start to your summit, he muttered. Thrall, unbothered by the downpour, led his orcs forward. This is merely a storm, Garrosh, not some omen of disaster, he replied. There was a practiced calm in his tone, as though no amount of rain could dampen his resolve. Jaina Proudmoore waited on the docks, her robes quickly soaking in the downpour, as Valeera, Varian, and Anduin approached with a small contingent of guards not far behind. Thrall, I'm glad you've come. Though I'm amazed you can walk for bearing the weight of so many weapons, she teased, offering a polite smile. What point in having a ceremonial laying down of arms, Jaina, if there are no arms to lay down? Thrall quipped, taking her hand in a brief friendly shake. Jaina's gaze drifted to the heavily armed guards behind him. And you've brought Kor'kron bodyguards? For demonstration purposes only. Once the ceremony is complete, they'll return to Orgrimmar. A show of force never goes amiss, as you well know. She nodded knowingly. You and Varian think much alike. His crew is also bristling with blades. It seems we've already found one thing on which you can agree. Gesturing behind her, she continued. Thrall, Warchief of the Horde, may I present Varian Wrynn, King of Stormwind. I've invited you here to peacefully discuss your differences with an eye toward your mutual gain. It is now time to lay down our weapons and enter Theramore Keep. Nearby, Anduin's eyes were wide as he took in the orc's imposing stature. Wow, orcs are really big, he said, sounding more fascinated than frightened. Father, Lord Thrall, for the duration of our summit, peace, Anduin declared, setting aside several of his weapons. Ha, it seems there is a diplomat amongst us after all. With a faint grin, Thrall knelt and placed his own arms on the ground. What is your name, my young diplomat? I am Anduin, my lord, son of Varian Wrynn, King of Stormwind. Thrall inclined his head respectfully. Then lead on, Anduin, son of Varian Wrynn, and we will follow. Seizing the moment, Jaina spoke to the assembled delegates. My lords, trusted guards will carry your weapons out of the rain and into the armory where they will be well cared for. Now come inside, the feast is waiting. Before she joined the rest, Valeera paused to whisper to a fur-clad orc. Fate is laughing at us, Rehgar. Rehgar's lip curled with a faint smile. Let us hope our leaders are as easily amused. Anduin, following closely, overheard. You whispered to the big orc with the fur headdress. Who is he? Valeera cast him a sidelong glance. His name is Rehgar Earthfury. He owned your father and me when we were gladiators. Gladiators? Cool! Wait, he owned my father? Anduin's curiosity flared. Long story. It didn't last. Tell you later. Inside Theramore Keep, the rain's roar faded, replaced by the murmur of the summit. Thrall soon learned that Varian had previously missed a meeting after being kidnapped and losing his memories. At this, Rehgar chimed in. It is clear, Valeera, that you and Logash have come up in the world. While your winnings made me rich when Logash Valeera, quickly turning to Anduin, said, "That was the name your father won in the arena, Anduin." Rehgar continued, "And Brol escaped. I realized my heart was with them, instead of the profit I could have made from their service. At that moment, I knew I had my fill of the Crimson Ring. I chose instead to offer my services to Thrall," Rehgar explained. Valeera eyed him skeptically. "You let them escape, but you sold me. Why?" Rehgar drew a breath as though recalling difficult choices. "Have you already forgotten? You and Brol fought constantly. Then Helka offered a fortune for you and offered you leadership of her group, a role you were well suited for. It was a kind of advancement. But I see you too chose a new career path. Where is Brol?" The regret in Varian's voice was evident. "The champions you created stayed together. He and Valeera helped me kill the dragon Onyxia. Now he's returned to Teldrassil on urgent business." Thrall listened with interest. "I too was once a gladiator," he revealed, surprising some. "In my youth by one of King Tyrannus' subjects in Lordaeron. I too escaped and became a ruler of my people. We have that in common. I imagine we also share a dislike of slavery." Varian's gaze flicked toward Thrall. "Slavery is wrong. But Brol, Valeera, and I did learn to fight as a team. It was us against the world. Even when you didn't know your true identity, your body had not forgotten how to fight," Rehgar added, recalling their shared past in the arena. Valeera smiled at a memory. "Remember the time Spark Eye's gladiators jumped us? They saw you refuse to fight for entertainment and thought we'd be easy. You mostly, finished them. Then Rehgar sicked his master trainer, Haiku Steeledge, on us, and you aced him too." A glimmer of pride entered Rhaegar's eyes. "Logosh would not fight to entertain others, but he would fight to protect you and Brol. I should have known then that he was no nameless warrior, but a king." Varian's voice grew more resolute. "A gladiator's life is simple. You win and live, or you lose and die. A king's life is more complex. The only truth for a king is that there are no easy answers." "I agree, Varian," Jaina interjected, her tone thoughtful. "A good ruler considers the welfare of his people beyond his own desires. Like you, Thrall, wishing the orcs had not been lured into Azeroth and their homeworld had not been shattered, but that is the reality we must now deal with." Thrall sighed. "There's no going back for us. It would be good if there was some way to ease tensions between our people. We orcs have found a homeland on Kalimdor, across the sea from the Eastern Kingdoms, but we lack certain resources. We are engaged in constant conflict with the Night Elves over the felling of trees for timber. You can only build so much out of sand and mud." Varian considered this. "Our merchants might be glad to trade their timber. What can we offer in return?" "We have large copper deposits near Orgrimmar, and exotic hides from creatures that roam the barrens," Thrall replied. Garrosh chimed in, obviously not liking this. "Bah, a discussion fit for merchants. Why should we orcs make concessions when we have the strength to take what we want?" Anduin, mustering his courage, spoke up. "But sir, why waste your warriors and resources in battle when a few words will bring you greater profit?" "Well said, young prince," Thrall noted approvingly. With that, the summit was brought to an early close. As everyone stepped outside to depart, Thrall walked alongside Varian, while Anduin led the way. Looking to the clearing skies, Varian remarked, "At least the rain has stopped." Then he glanced at Thrall. "I just received word of simultaneous Scourge attacks on South Shore and Goldshire in Stormwind." Thrall frowned. "Yes, the Lich King has stirred, and now begins a new campaign against the living. I've already sent a few ships to Northrend. It would be good to have some level of cooperation between our peoples before we face this common enemy. Neither of us wants to fight a war on two fronts." A little ways off, Valeera caught up to Rehgar before he left. "I can't believe it. They're actually getting along." "Garrosh doesn't like it," Rehgar observed. "He isn't happy with what he sees here. Garrosh isn't a shaman but a warrior. He covets the very thing that makes Theramore impregnable." Valeera gave a small laugh. "It would be madness to attack this place. I have had my fill of battle, but Garrosh is young. He believes only the fiercest thrive, and that my liaison with humans would be a sign of weakness." Suddenly, Valeera caught movement overhead. Her eyes widened. "Varian! Thrall! Above you! Look out!" she shouted, barreling forward to shove Varian aside. A wyvern's rider slashed at her as she passed, opening a shallow wound in her side. "You okay?" Varian asked her. "Minor flesh wound," I won't sit down for a week, she hissed through clenched teeth. Varian quickly assessed the threat. Guard Anduin, he barked. With my life, Valeera snapped back, taking a position at the prince's side. Who are these assassins? More daggers whistled through the air, aimed at Rehgar. He planted a totem, the projectile thunking harmlessly into it. Amid the storm of wyverns and bats, Thrall summoned the elements to shield himself. Suddenly, an orc dove in behind Varian, hoping for a quick kill. But Varian, relying on the reflexes he'd honed in gladiatorial combat, tackled the attacker, ending his life with swift efficiency. You said this meeting would be uneventful, Valeera called over the commotion, ensuring Anduin remained safe. Apparently I was wrong, Varian muttered, parrying a Tauren's axe with lethal precision. Not far away, Thrall contended with an onslaught of trolls, orcs, Tauren, and even humans among the assassins. Human treachery, Garrosh roared, fury evident in his eyes. Valeera, cutting down another foe, shot back. Have you no eyes, Garrosh? There are also plenty of Tauren, orcs, and trolls. Hired by the human king to bring death to our own, Garrosh snarled. That was when Varian caught a glimpse of a face he recognized. Garona, he shouted, swinging his mace, only to realize Thrall was in the path of his blow. The war chief deftly dodged, countering with his axe. Who? The orc assassin who offered friendship, then slew my father in cold blood. Your assassin, Varian growled, voice thick with rage. Mine? Thrall asked, clearly taken back. Did you think I wouldn't recognize her? I was a fool to think the great Thrall might be different, Varian spat. For now, it's clear that treachery remains the orc's main tool of diplomacy. From the moment Garona first appeared, Varian's wrath was evident. Have you so little confidence of your people, Thrall, that you need an orc assassin to slay me? He demanded, spotting Garona poised to throw a dagger. In a fluid motion, she hurled it through the air, only for Varian to catch it deftly. A clumsy one who hands me a weapon. That will bring about her downfall. Slicing at the wyvern that she rode upon, bringing it crashing down. Garona leapt free, staring daggers at the king. Clumsy, am I? Garona hissed. Thrall does not hire assassins, King Varian, the war chief insisted, his gaze darting about. I do my own killing, and look around you. She may be the least of our problems. Ogres and other assassins pressed in from all sides. Amidst the chaos, Anduin hefted a rifle, aiming at an oncoming foe. Valeera, wrestling with a Tauren nearby, shouted, Watch out for the... But before she could finish, the gun's recoil sent Anduin sprawling. Dazed, he looked up to see a bat-riding assassin bearing down, magic crackling in her hands. Here's a blast for you, young prince, the undead woman snarled. No! Valeera cried, struggling to reach him. But Rehgar interceded with his shamanic shield, blocking the deadly spell, saving the young prince with him breathing a sigh of relief, and Valeera thanking Rehgar for the save. Rehgar turned to Valeera. Your skill has grown since I last saw you fight, Valeera. Telling you was a mistake. He kept his shield raised. The boy's resourceful, Valeera, but guns can't be trusted. Teach him to throw a blade. Valeera exhaled, grateful. I hear you, Rehgar. Next on the agenda. She turned her attention back to defending Anduin. Suddenly, Thrall spotted a flash of familiar magic. Jaina, about time you teleported into the fray, he shouted, swinging his axe at an attacker. From across the battlefield, a human assassin roared. Die, Thrall, your time is over. As she prepared to launch a fiery blast, Jaina raised a shield between them. Thought I'd even the odds a bit, old friend. I'll face the undead witch while you confront the others. Assassins, but a bizarre coalition. On the other side of the melee, Varian charged Garona, a determined snarl on his lips. Father trusted you. I know better. You won't find me such an easy target. His mace whistled through the air, aiming for a decisive blow. But a lightning bolt tore down from the sky before he could land it, and a young orc-like figure cried out, Mother! Garona's eyes widened. You know? Curses! I feared someday this might happen. Madan, go back, keep away. There's nothing you can... Behind you! Madan shouted. She rolled aside just in time, avoiding a lethal strike from Varian's mace. Nearby, Valeera found herself cornered by an orc and a troll. Slay the elf. I'll kill the princeling, the orc commanded. Valeera braced herself. Anduin, run! I can't stop them both. But another voice intervened. No! Madan rushed in, driving his axe into the orc's skull. The creature collapsed instantly. Who are... Why? Anduin stammered. These are my mother's foes as much as they are yours, Madan replied. And though you have many enemies, you're just a child. I'm as old as you, nearly. Wait, the assassin's your mother? But you're not an orc, are you? Anduin asked, startled. Overhead, an undead woman on a bat loomed, hurling firebolts. Modan managed to fend off a Tauren, but as he turned, he glimpsed Varian barreling toward Garona, poised for a killing blow. Leave my mother alone. She's under a spell, can't you see? He pleaded, leaping between them. Varian stared daggers at Modan. Out of the way, lad. Anduin interjected desperately. Father, spare him! He's hurt and he saved me! Grim-faced, Varian growled. I've been no child killer, but for Garona's cub, I could make an exception. But before he could act, the undead woman swooped down, snatching Modan away and calling off the assault. The assassins retreated, leaving Garona behind, tears gathering in her eyes. Valeera rushed to Varian's side. It makes no sense, Varian. Why would the undead witch abandon the assassin, but take her son? No matter, Garrosh spat. The assassin will not live for long. He raised his weapon, intent on striking Garona. Stay your hand, Jaina demanded, freezing Garrosh in place. The attack is over, the enemy is vanquished, and I'm still the ruler of Theramore. Garona is my prisoner. Guards, take her to the dungeon and prepare her for questioning. A wise move. Varian snapped back. Garrosh means to dispatch her before she implicates his master. Clearly, these orcs are in league with my father's murderer. For that offense, human, you will die, Garrosh roared, lunging at Varian. Thrall moved to intervene. You forget yourself, Garrosh. Despite this carnage and the insult given to our people, there is still a truce. Lower your weapon, now! His gaze flicked to Varian. Battle rage is still on you and others. None of you are thinking clearly. We too were attacked. Varian narrowed his eyes. The prisoner is the orc assassin Garona who murdered my father. I claim her for public execution at Stormwind. Thrall's jaw tightened. I suppose we all look alike to you. Perhaps I was wrong to expect better from a human. Look again and pay attention this time. The female is but a half-orc, at best. Full or half, an orc is an orc. None of your blood can be trusted. Varian's voice thundered with conviction. Jaina stepped between them, determined to prevent further bloodshed. Back off, both of you. Whatever her birth, for some unknown reason, Rona has been enscrolled and abandoned here. Until we know the reasons, she is my prisoner and will remain here at Theramore. Garrosh bristled. The guilt of you humans is obvious. You protect the prisoner. You lured Thrall into a situation where he's unarmed and threatened. Stormwind is behind this, with Theramore as their ally. Varian's tone was dangerously low. Had I planned this attack, you orcs would already be lying dead on the parapets. I'll question her myself. Before I leave for Stormwind, I will get to the bottom of this. He stalked off, leaving the tension crackling like distant thunder. Thrall wouldn't, Rehgar murmured to Valeera. She nodded. Neither would Varian, nor Jaina either, she said grimly. Who then? Anduin wondered, eyes full of questions. They moved away, allowing Thrall and Rehgar to speak in hushed tones. Deep beneath Theramore's keep, Garona was shackled to a wall, arms spread and legs bound. Her face a mask of confusion and anger. Varian, flanked by Jaina, stood before her. Before you die, I want the truth. Varian's voice cut through the dungeon gloom. Who hired you to kill me, to orphan my son as I was orphaned? Hired me? No one. My idea. Wasn't it? Garona's reply was laced with uncertainty, as though pieces of her memory slipped through her grasp. Orphaned? No. Wouldn't be orphaned. Kill the king, kill the prince. Kill my son? Varian's fury trembled at the edge of control. He glanced at Anduin, who stood by Valeera. Had you killed my father in cold blood? A prick of the blade and he's gone, Garona murmured. Good man. So easy. No calling him back. Why? Why did I? She sounded more lost than defiant. Jaina interposed herself. Keep away from her, Varian. I repeat, she is my prisoner, and clearly she's enscrolled. A magical enslavement that reaches far and deep. You, of all people, know what that is like. Varian seethed but relented. Question Garona, then, while I prepare to face the Scourge, learn what you can. Then give her to me for execution. She has targeted my son, and in scroll or not, I will kill her as surely as I killed the dragon Onyxia. He stormed out, heading toward his awaiting Zeppelin. Later, as Valeera gave Anduin lessons in dagger throwing, they overheard 2 guards escorting Garona. I heard Lady Proudmoore couldn't remove the spell, or not so easy. Real hard to get at its source, one guard muttered. She was fighting it. Our Lady thinks it forbids the orcs' cooperation. Enforcing it might kill her. Kill her then, I say, the other snorted. Save King Varian the trouble. The Blood Elf pretends to serve King Varian, but all of them are traitors. He cast a glance at Valeera. A 3rd guard chimed in. There are plenty of Horde among the attackers. Bet she's in league with them. With a flick of her wrist, Valeera hurled a dagger at the guards, lodging it in a polearm inches from their faces. If you don't want to lose your nose, human, you'll keep it out of my business. Striding toward them, she glared. There were humans too among the attackers. Does that make you responsible? Should I kill you now? I am neither Horde nor Alliance. What has either faction ever done for me? She ripped the dagger free, shattering the polearm shaft. My loyalties are personal, to King Varian and to his son. Behind her, Garona, chains rattling, spoke up. My loyalties were personal once. Yet I betrayed King Lane, a kind man, a good king. Why? And for what? Why his progeny? Why? I am no stranger to divided loyalties. I think that's also true of you. Valeera stiffened. Nothing is worse than betraying those you love. Just see where your divided loyalties have led you, and your son. Garona's expression faltered. She's right. Dan. Oh, gods and demon. Where is he? What's happening to him? Have I betrayed him too? Tell Jaina Proudmoore and your precious Varian. Save my son from the monster who stole him, and I will fight this enscrollment. Fight to tell you everything you say I know, even if I must die in the trying. But please, help me save my son. Soon after, Valeera found Varian, Anduin at his side. She recounted Garona's plea, and then Garona said she'd try and fight past the blocks on her mind if we'd go after the boy, Medan. I want to stay here, Varian, and search for him. Varian regarded her coldly. You have such sympathy for that murderer? I am not blinded by the need for vengeance, my lord, Valeera replied firmly. He sighed, anger faded to a wearied resolve. For your safety and Anduin's, we need to know what's going on and who's behind the attack. Garona holds the key. Anduin stepped in. Medan wasn't on the attacker's side, father. He just wanted to protect his mother. His mother killed your grandfather. Varian shot back, frustration palpable. And her son saved my life. I think had we met in a different way, we might have been friends. Varian studied Anduin's face, then nodded. Your words are harsh but true, Valeera. Stay then, help question Garona, learn the truth. Rescue the boy. I still think orcs are behind the attack. If not Thrall, then Garrosh, who seems to be among the worst of his bloodthirsty, treacherous kind. He boarded his ship, Anduin following. Jaina approached, concern etched on her face. Forget Garona, Varian, at least for now. The Scourge pose a far larger threat. Twice, I've come to Theramore to parley at a summit, and twice I've been attacked. Varian said sternly. I'll not return for a third parley. But I will come back for my father's murderer. And nobody, not even you, Jaina, will save Garona from the punishment she deserves. With that, he sailed away, leaving Valeera behind to piece together the conspiracy that threatened not just Stormwind or Theramore, but the fate of an innocent boy caught in the crossfire of an ancient grudge and insidious magic. The inn was shrouded in a tense silence, broken only by the sound of chains rattling as Garona shifted uncomfortably on the stool where she sat. Her hands were bound and guards stood vigil around her, their expressions as stern as the atmosphere. Behind her, Jaina, Egwene, and Valeera watched, their faces etched with determination and concern. I'm ready to go after your son, Garona, Valeera said firmly. The moment we have a clue where the attackers might have taken him. We saw one of them, an undead witch, carry him off. We need to know... Stacia. Garona interrupted, her voice trembling. Her name is Stacia. She's gone... Can't remember. Pressing her head to her forehead as if the act might help her push through the mental fog, Jaina placed a reassuring hand on Garona's shoulder. A series of spells, mental blocks, many deeply embedded from childhood, obstruct your ability to recall things you've been commanded to forget. Remove any of them and the whole structure of your mind could crash down, like a toppled wall. The faster we proceed, the greater the danger. We must go carefully. Garona's desperation was palpable. No, don't you understand? To delay risks my son's life. Break me, if that is what it will take. For the sake of my son. Do it now, she cried, gripping her head with both hands as if trying to tear through the barriers herself. Without further hesitation, they had Garona kneel onto the floor in the circle in front of the stool she was sitting, which Jaina made surrounded by runes that will help her clear those blocks. Jaina's voice broke the stillness as she began the incantation. Your true self lies behind a wall of lies, built by others, cemented by time. The stone placed recently. What I do reflects only own desires, Garona murmured. Her voice faint as the spell enveloped them both. Arcane symbols glowed brightly, circling the two women in a brilliant display. Garona's face contorted in pain and effort, her body trembling. Encourage, she gasped before collapsing into unconsciousness. Jaina let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. I've never seen such courage. Egwin nodded solemnly. She has spoken against all odds. The boy has been taken to the ruined city of Encourage. Valeera stepped forward, resolve hardening her features. I'll get my gear. Jaina, is it really necessary to keep Garona in chains? Egwin asked, kneeling before the unconscious Garona. Jaina hesitated. I promised Varian she would remain manacled. Egwin's voice softened as she observed Garona's still form. She truly is in a coma. But she could awaken at any time. Her mind could be affected, Jaina replied, her gaze lingering on Garona with a mix of concern and caution. The door creaked open, and an undead figure stepped into view, his presence sending a ripple of unease through the room. I see Garona is your prisoner. Do you have her son? He asked, his tone calm but urgent. What? Who? Jaina began, startled. Trouble is coming in the form of a Scourge attack. Before it arrives, I need to find the boy, the undead man said, his piercing gaze scanning the room. Valeera stepped forward, daggers drawn. And you're what, the Scourge's undead herald? The undead turned his attention to Egwin. Egwin, is that you? He asked, ignoring Valeera's challenge. Valeera, wait, Egwin said sharply. You know this walking corpse? Valeera asked, lowering her weapons reluctantly. Egwin's expression softened. I would counsel civility, Valeera. This is the legendary hero Merrill Winterstorm, a founding member of the Council of Tirisfal, to which I once belonged. He was mortally wounded during the Troll Wars, but was forced by circumstance to survive as one of the undead. His purpose has ever been to protect Azeroth, and his honor was a beacon for the rest of us. In my arrogant youth, I didn't appreciate him as I should have. She turned to Merrill. But how did you come to have Garona's son in your care? Merrill's voice was measured but urgent. She left the boy with me but watched over him in secret. She wanted Medan to think she was dead, but in the end he learned the truth. And his father? Jaina interjected. Merrill hesitated. Garona never said. I thought it didn't matter, but... His eyes flicked to Egwin, realization dawning. He said nothing more as the sound of the approaching Scourge grew louder. I would like to help you fight, but my duty is to Medan. I've only just begun to realize his importance in the larger scheme. There had been one attempt on his life already, if you know anything. He was carried off by a forsaken mage, Jaina interrupted, firing a frostbolt out the window at the encroaching horde. Valeera, you're ready to go after the boy. Take Merrill with you. Valeera's face darkened with anger. No! The Scourge killed my kin and devastated my homeland. Merrill may not be Scourge, but as far as I'm concerned, undead is still undead. I want to stay and fight, not... Egwin's voice cut through her protest. Listen to me, Valeera. Your destiny, and perhaps that of all Azeroth, may well rest in Merrill's hands. Trust him. Obey him as you would obey me. Valeera's defiance faltered. All right, because you ask it of me, Egwin, but I don't like it. She turned to Merrill with a sharp look. Merrill, we go to Encourage. You have a mount? Merrill shook his head. I have been there. I can travel that path. Such a teleport will be fraught with risk. but it is faster than flight, and our need is desperate. Be ready, I will arrive drained. The air shimmered with magic as Meryl cast a teleportation spell, and in an instant, they vanished. Their destination, the sands of Silithus and the horrors of Encourage. Teleporting into the city of Encourage, Valeera and Meryl arrived in the midst of a nightmare. This colossal, crumbling fortress nestled deep in the sands of Silithus bore the scars of battles long forgotten. Vast, weathered walls surrounded the ruins, their surfaces marred by time and conflict. The eerie glow of a bonfire illuminated the night, casting flickering shadows across the desolate expanse. Meryl stumbled slightly, visibly weakened by the teleportation but still resolute. "But our landing may be," he began. "Crowded," Valeera quipped as she noticed enemies closing in. Her instincts took over and she darted forward, spotting a familiar figure, the undead mage who had taken Medan. "Medan's guardian and the blood elf from the battle at Theramore. Kill them!" The undead mage commanded, beginning to cast a spell. But Valeera was faster, her daggers gleaming as she charged. "Not happening, you undead horror!" She growled, slicing cleanly through the mage's throat. With a swift kick, she sent the lifeless body tumbling into the fire. "This time you die for real." Meryl unleashed a torrent of fire spells, holding off the other enemies that surrounded them. "Go into the main building, see if Medan is inside. I'll deal with our adversaries," he called out, his voice strained but firm. "But there are too many, and the teleport drained your power. There's no way you can fight them all alone," Valeera protested. "Do it! The sooner you get the boy, the sooner we can teleport out of here," Meryl barked back. Valeera hesitated for only a moment before sprinting toward the main building. All right, I'm gone. Never thought I, of all people, would be taking orders from a walking corpse." Inside the labyrinthine structure, Valeera descended deeper into the earth, her heart pounding. The air grew heavier, oppressive with the presence of an ancient evil. At last she entered a massive chamber, and her breath caught in her throat. A monstrous creature dominated the room, a sprawling mass of flesh writhing with countless tendrils. Its singular massive eye glowed with an otherworldly light, smaller eyes scattered across its grotesque form. The creature's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, probing the very essence of her being. "By the Sunwell! What is this place? What is that thing? What have they done to the kid?" Valeera whispered. Two enemies turned toward her. "Who?" one began. "She was at Theramore. Kill her!" the others shouted, readying their weapons. But they were too slow. Valeera's daggers flew with precision, silencing them both. She retrieved her blades as she approached Medan, who hung limply from the monstrous body, bound in some form of dark magic. "It's like the shell of a huge, bloated tick. They've hung the boy to it like a sacrifice," she thought, cutting him free. "I'll get you down from here and then..." "What's wrong with you?" "Voices. Whispering. Make them stop," Medan mumbled weakly. "No kidding. Come on then, we have to go. Meryl's waiting outside," Valeera urged, supporting him as they rushed back. Emerging from the building, she saw Meryl slide across the ground, landing hard. Standing before them was a towering two-headed ogre. Far taller and bulkier than Valeera, the creature towered menacingly before her, its spiked back and shifting grotesque flesh making it appear as though it were alive. Then, one of its heads spoke. Well. What have we here? Seems the sorcerer's apprentice has come to the rescue." A moment later, the ogre's second head joined in, sneering with sadistic glee. "And do I detect a demon lurking within that tiny frame? I love demons. They're so succulent and full of such delicious energy." Who are you?" Valeera asked, forcing herself to stay calm. The creature loomed larger than anything she had faced, and one of its heads spoke in a high, mocking tone. "I am Cho'Gall. Now why don't you let that lovely demon residing inside you come out and face me?" Valeera's mind raced. An ogre giant? Too tall, too wide, too many heads, too terrible, she thought. What do I do now? Her eyes flicked to Meryl lying prone. Meryl was immensely powerful, and the ogre felled him easily. We're doomed unless... The mage still glows with arcane power. If I can absorb enough energy, maybe I can stay alive long enough. She whirled to Medan, explaining hastily. "Medan, wake up! Listen to me!" He managed to groan in reply. "There's no way I can face that ogre as I am. And you and Meryl are useless. I need more energy. More everything." I'm going to take most of the energy Meryl has left. I take yours too, but you'll need it to help him get better. Her hand pressed against Meryl, siphoning the arcane power from his unconscious form. Whatever it takes to restore him, do it, Valeera urged, grimly aware of the danger. Get him functioning. Our survival depends on it. You can't teleport, I suppose. Don't have energy for 3 of us, he admitted weakly. Valeera nodded. Then Meryl's the only one who can get us out of here. I'll try to distract the ogre long enough. Just hurry. As the stolen power coursed through her veins, a bright glow flashed across her eyes. Arcane energy crackled around her body as she squared off against Cho'Gall. The ogre's second head, deeper in tone, sneered menacingly. Nearly drained the mage, didn't you? Still, his energy is but a morsel to the demon inside you. He's been quiet for a while, hasn't he? Resting, starved, biding his time. But the surge of energy has awakened him. He's beginning to stir. Can't you feel his hunger? He's right, Valeera realized, terror tightening in her gut. The demon is writhing within me, fighting to emerge. I'd kept it so weak by rationing my use of arcane energy. I'd forgotten how much stronger it could become. Doubt pinched at her thoughts. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. No! Stop second-guessing yourself. You knew the danger. Just play the hand you've drawn. Before Cho'Gall could press his advantage, she flung her daggers in a desperate attempt. The blades hurtled towards him, but with a casual flick of his hand, the ogre halted them in midair. Shock gripped her. Oh no, Valeera thought, her mouth going dry. I smell fear, young elf. Yet you seem to dread the demon inside you more than you dread me. Cho'Gall taunted, clenching his fist. Valeera dodged his first blow, only to be smacked by a backhand, his voice booming. Foolish, foolish child. When I rip you in two, I'll find that cowardly fiend still cringing inside your broken body. The force sent her crashing against a wall. Pain flared, then ebbed. A healing glow seeping through her wounds. I'm better. The boy. What Dan's doing, he's healing me, as well as Meryl. Good thing he is, but he's so focused on the spell I don't think he sees his danger. Scrambling to her feet, she sprinted for Medan, just as Cho'Gall lurched toward the youth, snarling, My master has need of you, and none may refuse him. Move like Rehgar taught me, Valeera reminded herself. Yes, a clean slice through the hamstring tendon, and Cho'Gall will drop like a felled kodo. I hope. Maybe even given a chance to take him out. With lightning speed, she slashed at the ogre's leg. Both heads roared in unison. With that blow, the first head hissed, you have ceased to amuse me, the second added. Tendrils of dark magic coiled around his arm and leg, making him look even more monstrous. No! Valeera cried as a blast of force hurled her into another wall. Cho'Gall seized her by her cape, lifting her up with one massive hand. Let loose your demon, puny and worthless though it must be, to hide in such a weakling body, he thundered, raising Valeera to eye level. What was I thinking? No matter how much energy I take, I can't fight this monster, she lamented inwardly. The ogre pressed on, voice dripping with sadistic glee. The fiend wants out now. It's howling inside you, fighting for the chance to answer my challenge. Free him! No, she murmured, wrestling with indecision. But the demon's presence crowded her thoughts, an infernal promise that it could overpower Cho'Gall if given free rein. I'm no warlock. Once it's loosed, I can't hope to control it. Brol would say better to die than free it. But I think it's better to live, for who knows what tomorrow might bring. Cho'Gall flung her down in frustration. Gasping, Valeera made her choice. Demon, I accept your offer. I give myself to you, if you will save me and the others. A torrent of fell energy erupted from her body, releasing a triumphant cackle. Free! Free at last! Cho'Gall sneered with anticipation. Ha! Finally. Your demon has come out to play, he bellowed, charging forward, dark magic coiling around his fists. Play? I am the Dreadlord Catherine Atir. I am not her demon. She is my vessel. She offered herself to me willingly, And this is no child's game. With that, Cothornatir unleashed a fell blast, halting Cho'Gall in his tracks. Cothornatir, Merrill gasped, regaining enough strength to recognize the demon. You know this demon? Medan asked, eyes wide. I thought he was gone, banished, left too weak to trouble Azeroth again, Merrill replied. Still undeterred, Cho'Gall thundered. Not a game. A test, then, to see who is stronger. His other head chimed in ominously. Whose power is greater? A strange symbol glowed beneath him, morphing his body further. One head sprouting a horn and a sharp beak, and the other turning more orc-like with massive tusks and tendrils. Which of our masters will, in the end, own this world? Cried the higher-pitched head. Cho'Gall lunged, forcing Cothornatir to raise a shield. Despite the demon's impressive might, Cho'Gall pressed forward, nearly breaking through. You are nothing against my power, and that of my great master. Nothing! Snarled the deeper head. Medan stared in dismay. It didn't do any good. She sacrificed herself for nothing. Not nothing, Merrill whispered. She bought us time to recover, but at a terrible price. We must get her away from here before it's too late for us all. Merrill teleported himself, Medan, and Valeera outside the city, leaving Cho'Gall behind. Where are we? I thought we were going to Theramore, Medan asked, looking around. We can't. Not now. Not with Valeera. Like that. Merrill admitted, eyeing the Dreadlord coiled within her. A mocking voice drifted on the wind. Merrill Winterstorm. It's been a long time since we met. Cothornatir, release the girl, or face my wrath, Merrill snapped. Powerful though you are, mage, you are no guardian. You have not the power to command me, Cothornatir taunted. Merrill squared his shoulders. You're diminished, demon, forced to take refuge in the flesh of a young blood elf. Even that child could command you. The demon let out a bitter laugh. She has strength she does not yet know. She fought me, starved me, kept me weak. A flicker of pride sounded in its tone. Refused to accept what I offered until she had no choice. And she does have powerful friends. I had planned to move on to one of them eventually. Perhaps that time is now. You, Merrill, glow with arcane power, but the boy is incandescent. What a fine host he will make for me. Medan's cries echoed through the air, his voice reverberating against the ancient walls as Cothornatir's shadow closed in. The Dreadlord's voice rose like a dark symphony, brimming with malice and allure. He caught the tormented whispers in Medan's mind, remorseless, shrieking accusations that he was powerless and worthless, echoing without mercy in the young half-breed's head. I hear it too, boy, but the voice is only an echo of the past, Cothornatir crooned. It promises death, while I offer you life, and powers beyond the dream of redemption. Surrender to me and become greater than the gods themselves. Come, embrace me, and be mine. Medan's face twisted in defiance, his body trembling under the Dreadlord's pressure. With a sudden surge of energy, golden light exploded from him. No, he shouted, the blinding radiance throwing Cothornatir back. The Dreadlord staggered, hissing in frustration. Now that boy was power. Such delicious potential. Together we will shake the mighty from their high thrones. Cothornatir murmured, his voice dripping with malevolent delight. Before the Dreadlord could advance again, Merrill stepped forward, placing himself between Medan and Cothornatir. His voice was steady, filled with an unwavering confidence. Cothornatir, the boy is too powerful for you. You haven't strength enough to take him. Why not release the girl and try for me instead? Unless you're afraid. Merrill, no! Medan protested, trying to stop him. Merrill silenced the boy with a sharp look. Quiet, boy. I know what I'm doing. The Dreadlord's grin widened, his teeth gleaming. You offer me a place inside you? Thinking yourself powerful enough to control me? I am a Dreadlord. You were. Once, Merrill retorted. It has taken you 3,000 years to slip back into Azeroth, only to inhabit an elf child's frail shell. And even this boy has withstood your blandishments and your attack. You have not the magic to conjure your own demon body, much less confront that other darkness. Containing you should pose little difficulty. With a guttural snarl, Cothrnatir abandoned Valeera's body, his essence swirling like a dark storm as he entered Meryl. If it is a battle of wills you want, mage, we shall see whose power is greater. Meryl's body stiffened as the Dreadlord's presence invaded his mind. Medan's voice trembled. Meryl? Valeera staggered, clutching her head. Oh, bless Sunwell. I have been haunted by that writhing horror for months, and now it is over. I thank you, Meryl, for you have saved me. Meryl's voice emerged, strained but victorious. As your actions saved Medan and me. Valeera took a shaky breath, her face pale, more stupid and desperate than heroic. It was horrible, like being buried in a deep pit filled with entrails. My body, my mind weren't my own. I should have realized. I have become unclean. Can you truly bend that monster to your will? Meryl nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Valeera's shoulder. As you see, Cothrnatir is a weak thing, easily contained by one who has the ability. And you will recover. You are young. I only ask that you promise to tell no one what has happened here. No one. His gaze hardened. We wouldn't want every demon on Azeroth to take my ability to control Cothrnatir as a challenge, or to come to his aid. Meryl began casting a teleportation spell. The air shimmered around them as the spell teleported them back to Theramore. However, their return was anything but peaceful. Flames engulfed the town, smoke curling into the sky. Medan's eyes widened in horror. What happened here? He asked. Scourge attack, she said grimly. It was just starting when we left. I'd forgotten. It's been a long day. Aegwynn and Jaina approached, relief washing over their faces at the sight of the group. So this is Garona's... Aegwynn began, her voice faltering. Her gaze lingered on Medan, her expression clouded with memories. Finally, she placed a hand on his shoulder. You must be Medan. I'm Aegwynn. I expect you want to see your mother. They made their way to Garona's cell. Jaina explained, we had to chain her due to the danger she posed. Valeera then added, a promise to King Varian of Stormwind. Her effort to get past the blocks put on her mind to tell us where to find you felled her. But Medan interrupted, his voice filled with urgency. I know she attacked you, but the ogre Cho'Gall had her under a spell and Jaina opened the cell door only to find it empty. But that's impossible. She was in a deep coma, she said, bewildered. Valeera slipped away, her instincts telling her to investigate. Her thoughts raced. Garona's escaped. I vowed to serve Varian. It's my duty to go after her. Though she seems as much a victim as any she has killed. Yeah, right. Try telling that to Varian. While moving through the keep, Valeera overheard Aegwynn and Meryl talking. Garona's in Onyxia's lair, Meryl said. A better hiding place than most. Now that the dragon and her brood are dead, who would think to look for her there? Valeera's eyes narrowed. Onyxia's lair? That's mad! Still, it won't hurt to check it out. She slipped out of the keep, grabbing a wyvern, and flew to Onyxia's lair. The cavern was eerily quiet, its once mighty halls now empty except for echoes of past battles. Garona, I know you're there. I'm coming in. We need to talk, Valeera called out. A voice answered from behind her. Talk, then. She spun around to face a Draenei clad in brilliant armor. His breastplate was adorned with glowing blue gems, his silhouette regal and imposing. The massive warhammer in his hand gleamed with holy light. Swinging the hammer, he forced Valeera to dodge. Who are you? What are you doing here? She demanded, throwing a dagger. Deflecting it effortlessly, the Draenei replied, I might ask you the same questions. Their fight carried them to the mouth of the cave, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Medan's voice cut through the chaos. Wind! Blast them apart! The gale threw them to opposite sides of the cavern. Medan, what are you doing here? Valeera asked, startled. What do you think? I followed you, he said, helping her to her feet. The Draenei's voice softened. You're Garona's son? My grandnephew? Medan? Nephew? Valeera echoed, surprised. Medan began to speak out, but collapsed, clutching his ears. It's come back, he cried. The voice, whispering in my head. The Draenei knelt beside him. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Now, tell me when it began. His hands glowed with holy energy as he worked to calm the boy. "When Cho'Gall hurled me against the shell of the Old One, Cthulhu," Madan said, his voice steadying. "The voice began like a gong vibrating in my head. And now it's quiet. I feel... Thank you." The Draenei stood, his expression grave. "You've drawn the interest of something malevolent. We must speak with Jaina Proudmoore. Valeera and I will need mounts. Garona took Valeera's hippogriff." "It's okay," Madan said. "I know the way to Theramore. I can teleport us there." Arriving in Theramore, Aegwynn and Jaina came up to greet them. Aegwynn called out, "Valeera, Madan, where have you been?" Meryl approached Madan with a questioning look. "You brought back a Draenei?" Marad stepped forward, his voice calm and assured. "I am Vindicator Marad. It was I who freed your prisoner, Garona." Jaina's eyes widened. "You? Why should I not call my guards to arrest you then?" Marad held his ground, his tone steady. "Because I would hate to engage in violence for naught. Garona is my niece, half orc, half Draenei. I had been searching for her for many years." He paused, his expression grave. "Recently, I had a vision that led me here. It said that Garona would be instrumental in the salvation of Azeroth, that her actions could help avert an upcoming catastrophe. It may have something to do with Cho'Gall." Jaina's expression softened. "It would seem that each of us holds a different piece of this puzzle. It is time we pooled our information in order to decide what to do next." Through their conversation, they pieced together the grim truth. Cho'Gall, leader of the Twilight's Hammer, had orchestrated the attack on Theramore and was planning something catastrophic for Azeroth. While healing Garona, Marad had learned of a prophecy concerning Madan, a prophecy that had led to his abduction. Madan was now being stalked by an ancient evil, something beyond demons, something rooted in Encourage and its dark past. Valeera recounted witnessing Cho'Gall's attempts to manipulate Madan, how the ancient magic twisted him. Marad believed Garona would play a role in the unfolding events, though her exact purpose remained unclear. But with the armies of Azeroth focused on Northrend and the Scourge, resources were stretched thin. Meryl shared a memory from long ago. 3,000 years ago, when the people of Azeroth were threatened by an influx of demons, a group of Magi in Dalaran secretly found the Council of Tirisfal to deal with them. Jaina added, "The Council created a champion called a Guardian, a conduit for their power. Meryl was one of the original members of that council, and Aegwynn was once a Guardian." With a hint of regret in her voice, Aegwynn continued, "Through my arrogance, the council failed. But the time has come to begin anew. We need to form a new council." The first light of the morning made for a beautiful start to their adventure, the air thick with the scent of salt as the waves lapped gently against the docks of Theramore. Everyone had gathered, their plans laid out for the next steps. Meryl was set to head to Ironforge to consult with the trusted priest, while Marad prepared for his journey to Outland. But before any could depart, Madan's voice cut through the quiet. "Look," he said, pointing toward the sea, his voice tight with urgency. "Something is coming." All eyes turned to the water, and soon, a grotesque form emerged from the depths. It towered over the waves, its slimy, rubbery hide glistening in shades of brown and green. Where its face should have been was a gaping maw lined with rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. Its eyeless form was haunting, a void where emotion or recognition should reside. "What is that?" Valeera asked, her tone laced with equal parts awe and horror. Meryl's gaze hardened. "It must be a faceless one. They are so rare, even I have never seen one." Aegwynn's expression darkened. "For which you should thank the light. Those horrors are juggernauts, virtually unstoppable. But why is one here?" Before they could ponder further, Meryl raised a hand, launching a fireball at the creature. The flame struck true, but to his dismay, the creature seemed unfazed. "My firebolts have only made it angrier." "Then let us see how it likes the taste of cold, sharp steel." Valeera called, her daggers gleaming in the morning sunlight as she took her stance beside Marad. As Marad and Valeera engaged the beast, Madan doubled over, clutching his head as the whispers grew louder. The voices clawing at his mind. Aegwynn knelt beside him, her face etched with worry. "Aegwynn," Marad ordered, "get the boy into the keep. While he's fighting the voice, he'll have no energy left to combat the monster." "A faceless one can crush the walls of the keep as easily as it crushed that pier," Aegwynn muttered, glancing at the shattered remains of wood scattered across the shore. "I hate this weakness. In days past, I could have led the battle against the creature. Now I can but cower here." Suddenly, a dagger landed at her feet. "Aegwynn, take it," throwing her one of her daggers. Not the weapon you're used to, I know, but better than nothing. You may need it. Egwene gripped the dagger tightly, rising to her feet just as the Faceless One surged toward them. With a deft slash, she drove the blade into its slimy hide. "Keep away from the boy, monster," she roared. "While there is breath in my body, you will not have him, nor will the one who sent you." Meanwhile, Marad's voice carried across the chaos. "Madan, the voice is trying to drain your will. Wrap yourself in the light. Block the whispers." Above them, more enemies descended. Wyverns with dark riders flew in, their claws ready to rend and tear. Cho'Gall attacks on 3 fronts, with murmurs, monsters, and minions. "He must fear Madan greatly," Egwene said, glancing at the struggling boy. Merrill, his face set in grim determination, called out, "The rest of you, destroy Cho'Gall's minions. I'll deal with the monster." Valeera hesitated, glancing over her shoulder. "But Merrill, your firebolts don't work. You said as much yourself." She was cut off as a Wyvern's rider struck her, sending her reeling. Egwene narrowed her eyes at Merrill. "What's wrong with you, Merrill? Your blasts hardly sting that creature. I'm weakened by the difficulty that is afflicting all the Magi," he responded curtly. But Egwene wasn't convinced. She knew something deeper was amiss. She was right. Merrill was splitting his focus between casting his spells and containing Cothrun within him. The Dreadlord's presence was a constant weight, clawing at the edges of Merrill's control. Desperate for a solution, Cothrun whispered insidious promises, using Merrill to unleash his power. "Be silent, demon, and fight!" Merrill snarled, his voice a mix of fury and resolve. Drawing on both his power and the demons, he began to tear the Faceless One apart, piece by monstrous piece. But it wasn't enough. The creature's resilience was unnatural. Madan fought against the maddening whispers in his mind, clutching his fist as he gathered his power. With a surge of will, he called down a lightning bolt from the heavens. The radiant energy crashed into the Faceless One, its unearthly screech echoing through the port before it collapsed into a lifeless heap. Marad finished off the remaining assassins, while Madan rushed to Valeera, who was slumped against a wall, catching her breath. "Valeera, you're hurt!" he exclaimed, concern etched on his face. "Just a scratch," she replied weakly. "Uh-huh. Marad could probably do this better, but he's busy," Valeera said, managing a faint smile. Madan placed his hands over her wound, his voice steady. "Light shine on her and restore her. Spirit of the earth, knit her flesh." Slowly, the healing energies flowed into Valeera. After a moment, she took a deep breath and pushed herself to her feet. Then as she glanced around, she realized that Rehgar had arrived sometime during the battle. As the companions parted ways to embark on their individual journeys, Valeera accompanied Rehgar on a critical mission, recruiting new members for the newly formed Council of Tirisfal. Their first destination took them to the vast golden plains of Mulgore, where their intended recruit was rumored to dwell. Soaring through the skies atop their mounts, they spotted a Tauren locked in battle against a swarm of Quillboar. These brutish creatures, half the size of the towering Tauren, bristled with razor-sharp quills protruding from their backs, shoulders, and arms. The Tauren's deep, resonant voice thundered across the plains as he called upon nature's fury. "Lightning, scour this blight from our burial ground, so our dead may rest in peace." A cascade of lightning bolts tore through the sky, striking the Quillboar with deadly precision. Within moments, the battlefield fell silent. The charred remains of the creatures scattered across the sacred ground. Valeera's emerald eyes widened in admiration. "That was amazing, Rehgar. I can see why Jaina wants Hamul on the council." Rehgar nodded solemnly. "He is very powerful." "But aren't most Tauren shaman like you?" Valeera asked, her curiosity piqued. Rehgar's gaze remained fixed on the archdruid below. During the Battle of Mount Hyjal, Hamul was inspired by the dedication of the druids. Malfurion Stormrage himself took him as a pupil. Hamul is now an archdruid. Few attain that rank, even among the Night Elves. As their mounts descended, the Tauren glanced skyward, his stoic face calm but watchful. Hamul Rune Totem stood as a towering figure of wisdom and power, his muscular frame draped in robes of earthen hues, adorned with intricate designs of nature's cycles. He had one large, curved horn on the right side of his head, while the other appeared to have broken off, whether in battle or by some other means remained a mystery, and his deep brown fur glistened with faint traces of dew from the elements he communed with. "Rehgar, you keep unusual company these days," Hamul rumbled, his voice carrying a note of curiosity as Valeera and Rehgar landed. Rehgar approached, gesturing toward his companion. "I fly with Valeera Sanguinar. My ally, and Jaina Proudmore's. Hamul's gaze shifted to Valeera. Valeera? The Valeera who was once your gladiator? A champion in Dire Maul? Rehgar's expression darkened slightly. Time changes many things, old friend, and not all for the better. Our world is threatened. Hamul nodded solemnly. By many evils. Thrall has told me something of your plan. I would hear more. With that, Valeera and Rehgar got back on their mounts, while Hamul shifted into his flight form, and they all headed back to Theramore. The sun dipped below the horizon as they approached, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson. Jaina, you're back! Valeera called out as they descended toward the keep. Jaina stepped forward, her flowing robes catching the evening breeze. With a warm smile, she extended her hand to Hamul as he dismounted. Hamul, this is a true pleasure. Come inside and we will talk about why you have all been asked to come here, she said, gesturing toward the keep. On the dock, two figures awaited. The first to appear was Crank Axeljink, a gnome with a wiry frame perpetually smeared with soot and grease. Green-tinted goggles perched on his forehead, while a red tank top and brown pants gave him a bold utilitarian look. Around his waist, a green belt bristling with an array of tools testified to his ceaseless tinkering. Beside him stood Rohan, a dwarf of sturdy build and quiet dignity. His braided gray hair framed a face that had clearly seen its fair share of battles. And he wore a robe of brown and white tones that hinted at more than a little experience in the field. On his hands, a pair of light brown gloves bore the scuffs and marks of many past skirmishes. Following their discussion, the group moved outside, greeted by the warm sun reflecting off the shimmering ocean. The peaceful moment was abruptly interrupted as Jaina's eyes locked on the horizon. Elementals, dozens of them, were gathering, more than she had ever seen in one place, surrounding Theramore Keep like an ominous tide. In moments, they will be upon us, Hamul warned, his deep voice echoing with urgency. Crank perked up. I've got just the thing, he exclaimed, pointing to a large ramshackle machine perched nearby. This beauty can take out a lot of them in one swipe. Merrill frowned, his expression skeptical. Machinery won't work against elementals, Crank. It's a waste of time. But Crank was undeterred. With hurried instructions, he handed helmets to the group, explaining that the machine will channel their energy into it, and then Crank will release the energy in one powerful blast that he will use to smite the enemies that are coming. As the group reluctantly complied, Crank fired at the machine. Moments later, the cannon sputtered ominously before exploding in a deafening blast, sending Crank flying forwards. Jaina quickly cast a shield to protect herself, Merrill, and Rohan from the flying shrapnel. Rohan rushed to Crank's side, channeling healing light into the disoriented gnome. The elementals launched their assault, crashing against Theramore's defenses like a relentless storm. Merrill stepped forward, unleashing an ice blast to slow their advance. As I said, he muttered grimly, machinery was not the answer. We better find a way to join our forces, or there will be no council to speak of. Jaina, firing an arcane blast into the fray, responded, But Merrill, there's no time to consecrate the council. We must fight these beings as best we can. The council members sprang into action. Rehgar called lightning from the heavens, striking down elementals with precision, while Hamul summoned roots from the earth to ensnare their foes. Valeera fought alongside Aegwynn and Rohan near the keep. Aegwynn, take this knife, Valeera called out, tossing her a dagger. Even Rohan may not be able to shield us forever. The battle raged on as Murad swooped into the fray on a griffin, flanked by a blood elf on a wyvern. From the air, Murad aimed for an earth elemental, wielding his hammer with devastating force. Despite their efforts, the council's strength began to wane. Hamul was struck down, his massive form collapsing to the ground. Hold on, Hamul, I'll heal you, Rohan cried, rushing to his side to channel healing light. The situation grew dire, and Merrill knew that unleashing Kathranetir's full strength would risk exposing his role as the demon's vessel. Yet he saw no other option. With great reluctance, he released the fell power coursing through him, clinging to control even as a torrent of fell magic erupted. Bolstered by the council's combined might, the group finally turned the tide of the battle. As the final elemental fell, the keep lay in ruins, parts of its walls and roof destroyed. Hamul, though healed, needed time to fully recover. The group's exhaustion was palpable, but before they could catch their breath, a shadow passed overhead. Brol Baremantle descended in his flight form, shifting into his night elf shape as he landed. Spirits of growing things, arise! Brol called, his voice filled with ancient power. Send up your roots to bind and crush our foes, and drag their shattered shards beneath the earth and sea. The ground erupted with roots, capturing and destroying the last remnants of the elemental horde. Theramore was saved, though barely. Hamul approached Brol, extending his hand. Valeera ran to Brol, throwing her arms around his neck in an exuberant hug. "Oh, Brol, I'm so glad you're here. I have so much to tell you. You got back just in time, but where?" "Hamul and I were among the druids Fandral summoned to bolster Teldrassil's health," Brol explained. "Fandral says the tree is recovering rapidly, and he can manage the rest alone. He gave me leave to come here." With the immediate threat dealt with, the council regrouped to discuss their next steps. Merrill, however, spoke with a tone of finality. "I cannot remain part of the council," he announced. "As the vessel for Catherine, I pose too great a risk. The demon's presence within me could compromise everything. It is best for Azeroth that I remain apart." Following the meeting, Aegwynn, Valeera, and Merrill ventured ahead to Ahn'Qiraj, hoping to reach Garona before the others. Merrill may not be a part of the council, but he knew he had to go and help Garona. Merrill teleported the three to the ruined city. Looming before them when they arrived atop the wall of the complex, its ancient spires twisted by time and corruption. As they entered the crumbling remains of the Qiraji stronghold, Valeera learned that Garona had already infiltrated the depths and was on the verge of entering Cthulhu's chamber. Though they had initially planned to wait for her return, their plan changed when they spotted one of Cho'Gall's elemental guards stationed nearby. Knowing Garona would need help, Valeera acted without hesitation. She leapt from the broken walls, using the jagged stonework to descend swiftly and silently. Just as Garona emerged from the chamber, Valeera tackled her out of harm's way, just in time to avoid the crushing fist of an earth elemental. The ground trembled beneath them as the elemental's attack missed its mark, shattering the stone floor instead. The battle with Cho'Gall had begun. Garona and Valeera attempted to charge at him, but the monstrous ogre mage was far from alone. Two massive Anubiseth statues, their obsidian forms etched with glowing runes, rumbled to life and moved to intercept them. Valeera shouted for Garona to move, and just as the statues lunged, roots erupted from the ground, entangling them. Madan had arrived, his power manifesting as nature itself came to his aid. Meanwhile, Aegwynn and Merrill found themselves under attack by a wave of elementals. Just as the creatures were about to overwhelm them, a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, incinerating them where they stood. The reinforcements were here. As the battle raged on, Cho'Gall gathered energy from ritual stones scattered throughout the city, his form distorting with dark power. Madan, sensing the increasing danger, acted quickly. He formed a shimmering dome around them, containing the energy within the battlefield, but also trapping them all in an increasingly volatile situation. Merrill knew they only had one chance, though it was dangerous. He proposed calling upon the power of Catherine. With little time and few options, the risk was necessary. He cast a protective barrier around himself, Aegwynn, Valeera, and Garona, shielding them from the destructive energy swirling around them. However, maintaining both the barrier and his control over the demon was too much. His focus wavered and the shield began to falter. A blast of Cho'Gall's energy tore through their defenses, striking Aegwynn directly. She staggered but refused to fall, her body radiating defiance even as pain racked her form. Merrill's grip on Catherine slipped further, and in an instant, the demon broke free into the twisting nether, seeking the source of Madan's power. Desperate to turn the tide, Garona realized the key lay in Madan's inheritance, his father's staff. Clutching the relic tightly, she rushed forward. But before she could reach her son, an arcane blast struck her down. Valeera, unwilling to let her fall, surged forward, dodging another barrage and shouting over her shoulder, "Do something useful, Merrill, and stop that stupid demon!" Merrill, momentarily paralyzed by indecision, looked to Aegwynn, who, despite her weakened state, met his gaze with resolve. "I too am no stranger to overweening pride, self-reclamation, and the duplicity of demons," she said, her voice steady despite the pain. "Once, I betrayed the trust of my guardianship and placed this world in peril. Now, I will atone. Let my death strike a blow for Azeroth, Merrill. Help me save my grandson." Aegwynn channeled the last of her strength into Merrill, who took her power and transferred it to Madan. Meanwhile, Valeera caught up to Garona, lifting her up despite her own injuries. "A few more steps and..." she began, but before they could reach Madan, another explosion struck them both, sending them into the air and landing on the ground, knocking them out. The battle seemed lost until reinforcements arrived. A portal burst open as Brol, Jaina, and the others rushed through. Brol shifted into his bear form, scooping Valeera from the ground, unconscious but alive. Before Cothranetir could cause any more trouble or take any more lives, Mara was able to rein him back into his body, becoming the demon's jailer once again. The battle ended in devastation. Though they had survived, it had come at great cost. Later, the remaining members of the group gathered at Morgan's plot, the graveyard west of Karazhan, to bury Egwene and mourn her passing. There, they deliberated on what would come next. Garona, standing beside Meryl, nodded. I will go after the Twilight's hammer. I will take down as many of them as I can. She turned to Valeera. If you can explain what happened to Varian, perhaps he'll call off his hounds. Valeera hesitated before nodding. She knew convincing Varian wouldn't be easy, but she would try. Meryl sighed. His once proud name was now a bitter weight. From now on, he said, I will no longer be known as Winterstorm. I have wielded fell energy. I have used it to save Azeroth, and so I will carry its mark. From this day forward, I am Meryl Fellstorm. With that, they parted ways, knowing that the battle against Cho'Gall and the horrors of the old gods was far from over. During the events of Wrath, you could find her in Stormwind Harbor under a statue. She isn't there nowadays, even if you do the Northrend timeline through Chromie, though. The wiki says that the comic contradicts her appearance in the harbor in-game, but I don't see a problem with saying that the events of the comic just happened before we ventured to Northrend. In the comic, they don't say that we have ventured to Northrend yet, just that the Scourge are appearing and making attacks, which they do attack Theramore before Valeera and Meryl take off to go rescue Medan. But for me it makes sense that after the events of the comic finished up, she came back to Stormwind and then went to join us out in Northrend. So I really wouldn't see it as a continuity error, personally, but you decide what works for you. Later, during the battle for the Undercity to bring Grand Apothecary Putris to justice for the Wrathgate event, Valeera was found alongside Brol Baremantle in the eerie, blighted lands of Tirisfal Glades. As chaos erupted and the battle intensified, the tide of the war turned with Jaina Proudmoore's intervention. With a surge of arcane power, she teleported Varian Wrynn, Valeera, and the Alliance forces away, bringing an abrupt end to their presence in the Forsaken City. Once again, Valeera found herself swept along the currents of Azeroth's ever-shifting conflicts, a rogue caught between kingdoms, allegiances, and the relentless march of fate. During the war against the Nightmare, Brol hinted that Valeera's recent brush with fell magic, wielded in her battle against Cho'Gall, may have reignited the arcane hunger she had long struggled to suppress. The echoes of addiction, a ghost of her past, seemed to claw their way back into her life, threatening to unravel the hard-won control she had fought to maintain. Not long after, during a visit to Stormwind, Brol sought out King Wrynn, hoping to learn of Valeera's whereabouts. Varian's response was laced with uncertainty. She had left the city weeks ago, slipping away without a word, her destination unknown to all. Even in her sworn service to House Wrynn, it seemed that the rogue remained a phantom, a whisper in the wind. Despite her absence, Valeera had bound herself to the Wrynn dynasty, dedicating her skills as a spy to the king. But her loyalty did not belong solely to Varian. Anduin had also come to rely on her. Over the years, the young prince found in her a confidant and an ally, one who could deliver his messages unseen, even without his father's knowledge. In a world where political intrigue and shifting loyalties reigned, Valeera moved between the shadows, a blade that cut through deception, unseen yet always watching. Beneath the gleaming spires of Dalaran, in the hidden lair of the Uncrowned, Valeera sits at a worn table. Faint torchlight dances across her daggers, illuminating a guarded urgency in her gaze. She explains that legendary blades, the Fangs of the Devourer, have resurfaced. Once belonging to Mephistroth's assassin, they were last wielded by Akari Shadowgore, a master manipulator who vanished into the Broken Isles. The blades themselves are steeped in a past of blood and betrayal, rumored to siphon the life force of their victims. Understandably, both the Uncrowned and the Legion have a keen interest in securing such power. Valeera stands, indicating that the first lead lies here in the city. You traverse Dalaran, consulting dubious figures including Valzoon, Lucian Trias, and Desmond Gravesorrow in an effort to locate Akari. After investigating the lifeless body of Gravesorrow, you realize no immediate clues can be found. Eventually, Valzoon steps forward with the necessary information.
He knows Akari's location, but demands a rune of portals in exchange. You find Valeera in a small shop, and mentions that stealing the rune from Dalaran's mages might prove problematic, but it is the only way. There is a flicker of mischievous excitement in her eyes. Stealth serves you well as you slip into a restricted part of the city's halls, evading patrolling mages and periodically erupting flame spires. Navigating past mana beasts and arcane wards, you finally grab the rune of portals. You retreat into Dalaran's sewers, where Valzoon awaits, impressed by your success. He reveals that Akari resides in the Ledgered Main Lounge. Inside the lounge, a few roguish guards grant you passage upstairs, a courtesy for the uncrowned. You anticipate a fierce encounter with Akari, but find the struggle suspiciously easy. Once the adversary falls, it becomes clear that it was only a minion disguised to lead you astray. Enraged, you hurry back to Valzoon for answers. Valeera, indignant at the betrayal, rushes ahead. Upon arrival, you find Valzoon kneeling in surrender, claiming ignorance of the deception, and is willing to open a gateway to Akari's stronghold for you to finish her. Valeera doubts his honesty, yet lacking alternatives, you pass through a hastily conjured portal. Stepping through the portal, you stealth around the stronghold and eventually encounter Akari in hopes this will end her here. She exudes a cold cunning, fracturing into 3 shadowy copies the moment combat begins. Though cornering her seems possible, a demon emerges with brutal force, knocking you unconscious. When you awaken, you are locked in a cell, a guard looming nearby. A clever moment lets you seize a key from your jailer, slip free and retrieve your weapons. A lurking demon named Xerus falls to your blade, enabling you to press forward. Returning back to where you first encountered her, you overhear Akari communicating with Kil'jaeden, an ominous warning that time grows short.
Welcome, Lord of Flame. Welcome, Kil'jaeden.
You have done well, Akari. You have earned my blessing. Azir Manari Kirel, Hakim Manari Galad!
The Fangs. Their power is beyond comprehension. I am your humble servant, my lord.
It is time for your true test. Use the Fangs to dismantle Azeroth's kingdoms from within. Let their shattered husks pave our path to victory!
They will taste blood in your name.
You confront Akari just as her exchange ends. Though tense, the battle concludes swiftly, and her defeat yields the fangs of the Devourer at last. Yet as she expires, she triggers the destruction of her own stronghold. You flee from exploding walls and fell blasts, managing to escape through a portal into Dalaran's sewers in the nick of time, clutching the coveted blades. Valeera greets you in the uncrowned's base, visibly relieved. She notes that you have succeeded, and the uncrowned formally acknowledge your prowess. Embraced as a full member of Shadow Among the Shadows, you hold a pivotal role in Azeroth's clandestine war. The uncrowned then turn their attention to the unsettling activities within SI7 and its leader Matthias Shaw. When Amber Kiernan was found dead, a cryptic letter clutched in her lifeless hand. It was Valeera who took up the task of deciphering its secrets. As she unraveled the message, she urged her fellow uncrowned to keep SI7 distracted, ensuring that her trail remained obscured in the ever-shifting web of spies and shadows. Her investigation led her to the legendary Raven's Eye, an artifact crafted by Javi long ago to empower his ravens, Hugin and Munin, before it was taken by Kurtalos Ravencrest. Valeera, determined to uncover the truth behind Amber's murder, tracked the gem to the depths of Blackrook Hold, where a fellow Shadow of the Uncrowned retrieved it for her. With its power, she finally decrypted the hidden message, exposing a chilling revelation. Matthias Shaw had been replaced by the Dreadlord Deatharok.
We were on the Broken Shore mere hours before the Alliance and Horde fleets arrived. Matthias Shaw led our SI-7 team on a secret recon of the island. We were awaiting extraction.
Our evac is almost here. We have to warn the Alliance and Horde. They must turn their fleets around. The Broken Shore is a death trap. Anything, Lieutenant?
The island is crawling with demons. Far more than we anticipated.
So, you have uncovered our little secret. Let me assure you, your precious fleets will fall into our trap.
You'll never get away with it, Deathrock!
Oh, but I will. And you, Matthias Shaw, will help us to do it. Now I am the leader of SI-7.
Damn. We must find Matthias Shaw and use him to prove that Deathrock has taken his place.
Following the revelation that Matthias Shaw has been replaced by a Dreadlord, the Uncrowned launch a mission to free him from his captors and restore him to power. Intelligence points to Fell Soul Hold as his prison. To clear out the demons and create a distraction, you detonate explosives throughout the area, forcing the infernal forces to investigate. With their attention diverted, Taushe works in the locks holding Matthias captive, while you fend off waves of demonic reinforcements. When the Warden finally appears to crush your incursion, you defeat him in a decisive battle, freeing Matthias from his cage and escaping back to the Uncrowned's base. At the hideout, the group concludes that Deathrock has turned Stormwind's defenses against you, making infiltration the only option to restore Matthias' leadership of SI-7. Traveling to the city's outskirts, you scale the rock face and stealthily move through its streets, avoiding guards and suspicious onlookers. Your goal lies in Old Town, where Deathrock is reportedly orchestrating the deception. By the time you arrive, Matthias and his loyal allies are already locked in combat with the Dreadlord. Amid the chaos, you must identify which Shaw is real. Striking down the imposter, you confirm your guess was correct, restoring the true Matthias Shaw to command SI-7. With the threat neutralized and the city's defenses back in capable hands, you return to the Uncrowned's base to reflect on the success of your mission. When the hour came for Azeroth's greatest champions to purge the corruption festering within the colossal sword of Sargeras, Valeera stood among them, her daggers, anguish and sorrow, gleaming in the dim light. If the adventurer who answered Magni's call was not a rogue, it was she who carried the Kingslayers into battle, representing the Uncrowned and proving once more that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, the unseen blade could shape the fate of the world. Having remained a close confidant of the Wrynns, Valeera now served as King Anduin Wrynn's personal spy and messenger, carrying missives so secret that even Matthias Shaw, head of SI-7, remained unaware of. Anduin, ever the idealist, tasked her with delivering a letter to Bane Bloodhoof, in an attempt to broker a meeting between the Forsaken and their living kin. Though Valeera admired Anduin's unwavering belief in peace, she could not help but warn him of the dangers that lie ahead. Not everyone will support this, she cautioned, her voice heavy with experience. You must tread carefully. When she returned to Stormwind, her report was bittersweet. Perith Stormhoof, acting on Bane's behalf, had refused to take the letter, fearing it would put his chieftain at risk. However, Valeera had convinced him to at least read its contents and relay the message to Bane in secret. In return, she handed Anduin a letter from Bane himself. Though the message was veiled in careful wording, it carried an unmistakable undercurrent. Bane was being pressured by Sylvanas to sever ties with the young king. To solidify his unspoken loyalty, Bane included a small fragment of his horn, a token of their enduring friendship. As Anduin turned the chip of horn over in his hands, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. His pool of trusted allies seemed to shrink with each passing day. Sensing his unease, Valeera stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You will always have my friendship, Anduin, she promised. But you are king now, and a king cannot afford to trust unwisely. Her words, spoken with quiet wisdom, carried the weight of experience. Anduin nodded, understanding that while peace was a noble goal, trust was a currency that could not be spent carelessly. The path ahead was uncertain, but at least in Valeera, he knew he had an ally who would never waver. Continuing to serve as a secret messenger between Bane and the Alliance, Valeera navigated the treacherous waters of political intrigue with the finesse of a seasoned rogue. After receiving Bane's message in Plunder Harbor, she stealthily boarded the Wind's Redemption in Borealis, slipping past guards and shadows alike. There, she informed Jaina Matthias and Halford Wormbane of Bane's desire to meet Jaina in secret outside the ruins of Theramore, a chance to atone for the wrongs the Horde had inflicted upon the Proudmoore family. Jaina's initial skepticism of Valeera was evident. It was only Matthias Shaw's quiet reminder that Valeera had been a trusted friend of Varian Wrynn that softened her resolve. Later, Valeera was present when Anduin and Varrock convened for their fateful meeting, standing watch over Charlemagne as the young king spoke with the aged orc warrior.
Anduin, Sylvanas' actions have threatened us all, and day by day, her power grows. If our world is to survive, we must strike while we still can. Meet with me, and we will speak.
So few.
How many can you provide?
Enough for one final assault. If that fails, we're done. If we end her reign, what kind of war chief will you be?
The Horde I joined was birthed in blood, tainted by corruption. The road that led to the Dark Portal was long and wide, paved with the bones of innocence. We called it the Path of Glory. That was the great lie upon which the Horde was founded. That anything we did was honorable. Thrall, Roljin, they were not the true heirs to Blackhand's bloody legacy. Sylvanas Windrunner is.
No. No, this is the Horde. Led by you. Someone who has
Honor. I've never known honor. They deserve more. But the Horde is doomed to be shackled by the chains of the past.
The Horde has no exclusive claim to regrets. Arthas, Dalen, the ghosts of the past haunt us as well.
We could not fill the chasm between the Horde and Alliance if we labored 1,000 years. You know this.
Then what are we fighting for?
Their conversation, laden with the weight of war and honor, was a pivotal moment for the fate of the Horde and Alliance alike. When the battle was done and the Fourth War had claimed its final toll, Valeera attended Sourfang's funeral, a silent witness to the passing of a warrior whose courage had changed the world. Her work did not end there. Alongside Matthias Shaw, she bore grim news to King Anduin. His agents in SI-7 had failed to track down the elusive old god N'Zoth. Moments later, she stood as a spectator to the unexpected arrival of Magni Bronzebeard, accompanied by an advisor shrouded in mystery. To her surprise, the figure was none other than Rathian, the Black Prince, returning with knowledge to aid in the battle against the ancient evil. Ever the vigilant courier, Valeera journeyed to the Great Seal within Dazar Alor, delivering a crucial message to the speaker of the Horde. Rathian had returned, and he now worked alongside Magni to halt the rise of N'Zoth. She urged the speaker to assist them, hoping against hope that the Horde and Alliance could set aside their ever-burning animosities to combat the true nightmare encroaching upon Azeroth. Within the nightmarish version of Stormwind, a twisted reflection of N'Zoth's desires, an eerie version of Valeera could be found, rallying adventurers to stand against a corrupted Matthias Shaw, one of many horrors within the old god's fabricated reality. With the Fourth War finally at an end and N'Zoth vanquished, Valeera carried yet another vital missive. The Horde's leadership had gathered in Orgrimmar, convening at the embassy to decide the future of their faction.
She delivered the summons, bearing witness that the Horde set aside the mantle of the War Chief in favor of the Horde Council. A new era had dawned, and though she had always walked in between the shadows of the two factions, Valeera recognized the significance of this moment. It was widely believed, though never confirmed, that it was she who delivered the terms of the peace agreement between the Alliance and Horde, forging a fragile peace out of the chaos of the war. In the aftermath, Valeera met with Matthias and Stormwind, sensing a shift in the Spymaster's usually guarded demeanor. "What will you do next?" she asked, curiosity laced in her tone. Shaw's answer was unexpected. There was someone he wished to know better. With a knowing smile, Valeera encouraged him, offering rare words of comfort. "Then find happiness while you can," she told him, knowing all too well how fleeting peace could be. She remained absent from the spotlight until the events of Shadows Rising, where she emerged as Anduin's envoy to Bane. Her mission was simple: discover whether the Horde knew anything about Sylvanas' presence in Zandalar. The news was discouraging. Bane had nothing to offer. Then, in an early version of the Shadowlands storyline, she was meant to greet adventurers in Orgrimmar and direct them to Lorthamar Theron, recounting the fate of those taken to the Maw. Eventually, however, Darian Mograine had placed her in that role. Despite the shift, her core stance remained the same. She refused to take part in the Alliance Horde political grandstanding, having dear friends in both. During that time, she spoke with Callie and Menethil, forging a friendship that bridged the gap between their respective worlds. In Dragonflight, a peculiar incarnation of Valeera alongside Varian and Broll appeared on the Field of Ferocity, deep within the Onaran Plains. Time displaced, they refused to leave through their portals until they were bested in combat. And at last, following the downfall of Dalaran, she found a quiet reprieve in Dornagal's Kindling Parlor, engaged in a spirited Hearthstone match with none other than Millhouse Manastorm. I wanted to take a moment to talk about Medan. In the comic, the events themselves remain canon within the overall World of Warcraft storyline, but the only element that isn't considered canon is Medan acting as the Guardian. This was confirmed later on, that there was no Guardian after Medivh, in the Harbinger's video featuring Khadgar, who stated, "It was decided that none could resist the temptation of such power." Additionally, Blizzard clarified at BlizzCon 2016, Medan as Guardian isn't considered canon in Warcraft lore, which is why in the last 5 years you haven't seen a reference to him. But it doesn't mean there can't be a story for Medan, it's just not like it was laid out in the comics. In my video I tried to remain as canon adherent as possible, but it was difficult, especially because the final battle focuses heavily on Medan as Guardian battling Shogal. I chose to reference Medan's powers in a more general sense. For instance, Medan used his power to do this, rather than explicitly calling him a Guardian. In my personal headcanon, the same events could take place without Medan needing Guardian abilities. For example, during the final fight at Ahn'Qiraj, in the comic, only Medan, Meryl, Egwene, Valeera, and Garona are at Ahn'Qiraj, while the rest of the council are in the Twisting Nether, focusing their power into Medan. During the fight, Medan needs more power, so Meryl decides to absorb the power within the base of Atiesh and gives the power to Medan. But through doing that, Meryl passes out from exhaustion, and Catherine Atir is able to escape from him, with Meryl having no power left to contain him, thus letting the demon try to take out Medan. But realizing he's too powerful right now, Catherine Atir moves to the Twisting Nether where he senses the magic source that is fueling Medan, and sets his sights on obtaining that magic. In there, Catherine Atir kills the Blood Elf, Delina Rathskar, and absorbs her power, but with the rest of the council they are able to contain Catherine Atir temporarily until the end of the fight with Cho'Gall, where Medan defeated him and Meryl can absorb Catherine Atir back into his body, becoming his jailer once again. If someone wanted to rewrite the story, they could keep the fight roughly the same, but this time everyone fighting Cho'Gall on Ahn'Qiraj, realizing they need the base of Atiesh to gain enough power by combining it with the other parts of the staff as to fully utilize its power. Meryl, seeing no alternative, absorbs that energy from the base of the staff, thinking he's able to contain Catherine Atir, but not realizing how exhausted the effort of absorbing the power and transferring it to another. Maybe he transfers the power to Jaina or someone else as he knows he is too exhausted to fight. The demon breaks loose, kills the Blood Elf Delina Rathskar, and threatens the rest of the council. While Meryl lays on the ground too weak to do anything, he and Egwene talk like they did in the comic, and she offers her remaining life force to Meryl to allow him to get back into the fight. Or maybe power up Jaina more so she can subdue Catherine Atir somehow. Or another option would be that Meryl uses the energy from Egwene to cage Catherine Atir within him once again and continue the fight. But I think it would make more sense for Meryl to give the power to another member, and while some members of the council deal with Catherine, the others take down Cho'Gall using the completed staff of Atiesh, and everyone else's power focusing on Cho'Gall, who at this point is boosted in power thanks to his master. Ultimately, once Cho'Gall is defeated, Merrill managed to re-imprison Catherine, preserving the overall narrative without naming Medan as Guardian, but that's really just a rough idea. Judging by community sentiment, Medan doesn't appear very popular. In my opinion, the comics made him proficient in too many disciplines. A more balanced portrayal could have him be a jack of all trades but master of none, capable of casting holy light or druidic spells, but never with the skill of a dedicated priest or druid. Healing someone like Valeera would be possible like he did in the fight at Theramore, but not nearly as effective as Marad healing her and far more taxing on him. Anyway, I wanted to clarify these points to address why the final issues of the comic might feel somewhat disjointed. I had thought about rewriting the entire last chapter, but I'm ready to move on to another project. In the future, I may revisit the full comic, especially to create videos on Brol and Varian, which might briefly include Medan tapping into Guardian-like powers. For now though, I focused on Valeera's point of view, presenting events only as she could witness or overhear them. There were a couple of instances where I strayed from that approach, but overall it's about 99% from her perspective. That's all I have for now. I appreciate you watching, especially if you stuck around till the very end, since this is quite a long video. Thank you, and I hope you found it interesting. I'll see you next time. Until then, take care of yourself.